Good morning. Good afternoon for some, and welcome back. We've got such an inspiring day of talks today. A reminder that each talk is about 20 minutes long, followed by a 10-minute Q&A. You can use the Q&A tool to ask your questions. There's also a community space for each talk in the form of a Google Doc. And in that document, you can ask questions and make comments and see resources from the presenters and basically continue the conversation.
And we know that today is going to go by really quickly. So if you hear anything that inspires you today, that you want to write more about it and talk more about it, you should write for our post-conference magazine that we're publishing. So we're really excited about this edition. And so we'll be accepting pitches until the end of September. You can find links on the website, as well as we'll be putting QR codes and links to how to do that on the slides in between sessions. So we're really excited to engage with you all today. And now to kick things off, here is Shauna Ray.
Good morning. I have 7 minutes, so I'm going to try to get through this pretty quick. Good morning to everyone. I'm Shauna Ray. I'm a storyteller, facilitator, and truth teller with a background in audio broadcasting, journalism, and community building. I want to acknowledge where we are today. I'm in Dorchester, Ontario, Canada, and the Indigenous people who have cared for these lands. It's the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Adirondack, the Anishinaabeg, and the Lune Lenape people. Some once used this land exactly where I'm sitting, where I live, as traditional beaver hunting ground. That's me in the picture, and my partner Dan and our rescue dog Lucy on the Cabot Trail this summer in June. I grew up in a small town in a chaotic home, and I remember what it felt like to have lots of questions and stories and few opportunities to express them as a young person. There were also, lately, some staggering and frankly disturbing statistics on teens in my community where I live now and their apathy around mis and disinformation here in Canada. I don't have children of my own, so we don't run in the same circles as hockey, baseball, and maybe soccer parents do in our community. But I did get it in my head that it might be fun to create opportunities for rural youth to find and share their own stories right here in Dorchester. I applied for a space at our local community center, crafting a request for proposal for what I envisioned as a rural news and media hub. I didn't get the space, but the town administrator suggested that I partner with someone who did. And it was the Boys and Girls Club. Our local Boys and Girls Club was one of the partners. And my lofty question for us was, could we create a youth-led rural news and media hub in our small community? And could it be replicated perhaps even in other communities? We applied for a big grant and were unsuccessful, but I kept having conversations with community leaders, with MPs, MPPs, so members of parliament, members of provincial parliament. Eventually, I was chosen as an Ontario community change maker for this project, and I received a small grant, and our local community foundation gave us another grant. I built a drop-in program for the fall of last year. We cycled through some names: the Rural News and Media Hub, the Journalism Alchemist Club, which was my favorite, and we settled on the Youth for Truth Journalism Club. Now, we did get an inquiry from a senior in the community who thought it was a religious thing, which it was not. And a colleague of mine in her 30s thought it was a nod to truth and reconciliation, which it wasn't necessarily. But regardless, despite of our best efforts, we had no takers, not one registration, not one youth signed up. I even tried a March break 2-day workshop called Finding Your Voice, and it was an Indigenous drum making and birthing workshop over 2 days over the March break. And we had one registration. and we had to cancel it because we only had one person sign up. Back to the drawing board, and I was feeling defeated and discouraged. I went to a career day at the local high school. The students had cue cards to help them ask questions. I had no idea what was behind their hesitancy to speak until I spoke with a teacher friend of mine. She explained that speaking in front of adults and peers was a risk that could play out online outside of the classroom. I hadn't considered that. Later, I saw on our local Facebook page a number of local organizations saying they were trying to engage youth, just like me. I thought maybe we could all work together. I created a 5-week summer program for this summer where businesses and nonprofits, including our fair board, could create outdoor experiences for youth. They'd get tech to record whatever they wanted. We'd be outside and we'd communicate through walkie-talkies so that they weren't, I couldn't say, don't be on your phone, but I could say, you have to communicate with a walkie-talkie when we're together. And I called it My Rural Community. I had businesses and nonprofits lined up. They weren't exactly sure what they were going to offer, but they were very keen and open to ideas. And sadly, I pulled the plug on it myself, actually, because I just didn't feel confident that it was something that teens would want. And I finally spoke with a teen. Serendipitously, I was sitting in a virtual presentation, just like one of these, like today. And it was about partnerships with journalism and libraries. I had a great relationship with our local library. They're also keen to engage youth. And it was a presentation by an American news organization. And in it, through the chat, I connected with 2 journalism teachers in Canada, here in Ontario, where I am. We met offline and I told them I was struggling to engage with rural youth. Both of them had teenagers of their own. And one of the teenagers agreed to speak with me. His name was Eamon. Eamon had recently attended the Rideau Hall Foundation Forum for Young Canadians, which happens in Ottawa, where the Center of Anthropology and Journalism is located. He told me teens need third spaces to connect, meet other teens without the pressure from adults. It shouldn't be structured, maybe a little structure, but nothing pressured. Let things evolve, let teens figure things out themselves, then try things, resource those, be there without judgment, be consistent and reliable, and most of all, don't push. And so I thought I was designing a program, but what I was really designing was a question. What does each community want and need? Create social spaces, ask teens, listen, experiment, and adapt. In front of me now is empowering youth that are already engaged in rural communities. I've reached out to the 4-H Club, which we have here in Canada. I'm not sure if it is an international organization. I'm pretty sure it is. They have some really cool programs that are actually run by teens. So I'll be leading from the back and resourcing programs with the funding that I have to help them to amplify each other's stories, tell stories only teens can tell, provide resources for them, encourage and cheerlead, and let the teens lead, not me. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon in the case of me, because I'm in Denmark where it's afternoon, but I think you are probably mainly having a morning in your end. My name is Steffen Mostrup. I'm a senior associate professor at the Danish School of Media and Journalism, and I will first of all thank the organizers for actually inviting me to speak here today. The meeting between anthropology and journalism is something that I'm very interested in, and one of my research projects is actually really bridging those two fields. So today I will present a research project that's called Human in Water that I'm currently working on. And I will focus today in particularly on the interview technique in the project. It's an interview technique called microphenological interview, which I find or I suggest that it's very useful when it comes to practicing a journalism with care and compassion. So my project, Human in Water, is a smaller project within a larger project called Heart Openings, which is mainly run by anthropologists at Aarhus University, Denmark. It's a project that investigates the experience and cultivation of love across religious and contemplative practices. So focusing on both like Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, but also in relation to spiritual practices and even nature-human relations, as the case is in my project. It employs interdisciplinary methods, including microphenological interviews, participant observation, and audiovisual approaches to really try to analyze sensory and emotional structures of love-related experiences. And it conducts fieldwork in diverse cultural contexts such as Denmark, the United Kingdom, United States, Nepal, Papua New Guinea, Tanzania, and Egypt, to try to grasp how love, care, compassion is experienced and expressed sort of globally. But back to my sub-project, Human in Water, which is a project that tries to explore love, compassion, care through the sensory experience of water, using these microphonological interviews and film as core methods. So it also positions the camera as an investigative tool, trying to capture embodied experiences by having a camera as a tool. Its focus is on water's role in sort of altering bodily perception, softening boundaries, amplifying sensations, fostering emotional connection between the human body and the body of water. It combines audiovisual storytelling with micro-level analysis to try to trace how emotions emerge in real time and across cultural contexts. And finally, it also reflects on the researcher's own embodied experience, examining how film mediates sensation and contributes also to artistic research. Actually, it's me, you might already have guessed, but it's me on this still, and I'm also part of the video footage that you will see today, which is also an important aspect in this project, that you also have sort of an active role yourself within the project, as also this kind of participant observation style that we know from anthropology. I think we should maybe try and check out the trailer of the project, just to give you a sort of a brief impression on what I'm actually talking about. So let's try and run the trailer.
It's like I'm kind of totally disappearing, I think, from the world.
Like a dark forest green, kind of mossy color.
It's almost like the water is like doing kind of an egg shape or something, like that. I'm sort of almost climbing into an egg.
And I can see it like here, like in my body, here.
Okay, so now I'll try to unpack the sort of interview method, the microphronological interview method, is very central to this project and also central to my talk today, because I think it really aligns with the theme of this conference. Later on, I will show some longer excerpts that will hopefully give you some more understanding of what this interview technique is all about. But the purpose is, or the entire process actually aims to access what you might term pre-reflective dimensions of experience. So really enabling the researcher to describe temporal structure and experimental dynamics with high precision. And the focus, and that's very important in microphenomenology, the focus is on lived experience and not interpretation. So the method really seeks to gather like detailed first-person descriptions of how an experience unfolded, not the participants' sort of opinions or analysis or explanations or theories. That is not something that the method is interested in, at least not initially speaking. The interview technique is often aimed at these very descriptive answers, not seeking, as I mentioned, interpretation or experience. And we really try to avoid the abstract or the theoretical. So, and many humans start theorizing when they have to describe something. So part of the interview technique is also trying to get the person being interviewed to get away from theory and back to the experience and back to the rich description of the experience. Then there's, of course, also an analysis afterwards, which is focusing on patterns, finding the generic, making comparison between the interviews. And this is a step I haven't really gotten to in the project yet, so I'll not talk much about the analysis of the interviews yet, but focus, as I mentioned, on the technique itself. So far, this method, has been applied mostly in cognitive science, in education, and also sort of contemplative studies, and often used to study phenomena such as intuition, learning, or meditation, or meditative states. But in my case, one thing is that I'm interested in this human-water relationship as part of the research project. But another thing is that I'm very interested to see or investigate how this interview technique might be useful in journalism, in the context of journalism, which is something that has not really been tested before, to my knowledge. So let me now try to, before we see some more video excerpts, I'll try to run through the interview structure, because it is a rather structured way of interviewing, actually. Also, to some degree, maybe for some people, at least, depending on where you're sort of coming from and what your experience is, it might seem a little bit odd or almost a little bit like hypnosis or meditation, but it's none of those. But it has some similarity to some of that, which you also might be able to see in the video excerpts that I'll show soon. But let me just run through these 6 steps. So the first one, establishing the communication contract. You really try beginning the interview by creating this mutual understanding between the interviewer and the interviewee regarding the interview's purpose, the procedures, and the importance, and this is central, the importance of focusing on a specific singular experience. So this really is a step that fosters trust and sets the stage for a productive interview. Step number 2 is where you sort of guide the interviewee to recall a particular instance of the experience under investigation. So in my case, the having a swim in the water. So one of the details in the interview is actually to settle when does the experience begin and when does it end, and that's the experience that we're talking about. Nothing besides that. So it's often a very sort of limited experience in time that we're sort of unpacking. It could also be just me having a sip of water, and then you would try to unpack what's going on in that experience. What kind of pre-reflective going-ons is actually occurring in an experience, in a limited experience. But today it's about swimming or being in water, not drinking water. But back to the second step here, it's also a step where we sort of encourage the interviewee to mentally revisit the time and place of the event, which also, of course, helps anchor the attention and facilitates hopefully a detailed recollection. In our project, the Human in Water project, we aim to actually do the interview on the beach, which you can also see here in the still image, on the same beach just next to the place where the experience just took place, so swimming in water. But microphonological interviews can also be used to unpack experiences that happened many years ago. That is a kind of a different technique, but still, overall speaking, the same approach. But in my case, we're unpacking an experience that just happened a few minutes after the interview actually takes place. Then the third step of the interview excuse me, is where we sort of induce the evocative state. So here we try to assist the interviewee to re-enter the lived experience by prompting them to describe the sort of spatio-temporal context and sensory details, such as sights, sounds, bodily sensations of the experience. And this immersion enables access to a pre-reflective dimension of the experience. That's at least the ambition, right? Then we have the fourth step, the guiding descriptive elaboration. So here we employ open-ended, content-neutral questions to help the interviewee articulate the sort of temporal unfolding of the experience, which is sort of the diachronic level of the experience, and also the various facets or aspects of the experience, which would then be the synchronic level of the experience, such as all these cognitive processes, the attentions, the emotions, the bodily sensations that would be part of the experience of being in water. Along the way, we try to pay close attention to sort of verbal and non-verbal cues that may reveal underlying aspects of the experience. And this is, of course, also where it can be helpful to have a video camera to also try to register these verbal and non-verbal cues. We use targeted questions to bring these sort of implicit elements to the interviewee's awareness, try to enrich depth and accuracy of the description. And if the interviewee sort of leaves this kind of evocative state where they're not really back within the experience, we try with different kinds of questions to get the interviewee to re-enter this state of mind or this state of being, because that's where the sort of pre-reflective information is available. And then finally, step 6, closing the interview. Here we sort of gently guide the participant out of the evocative state by shifting from a descriptive to a more reflective dialogue. I invite them to share how they experience the interview process, clarify any remaining points, which is often also a way to sort of help people reintegrate into the present moment and sort of ensure an ethical closure of the interview. So now I will play 2 excerpts from an interview with Renee, the woman here on the beach. It will be around 7 minutes in total, and then I'll be back after that and talk about what I see is the sort of the gains of using this technique in the context of journalism. But let's watch the videos.
So now I suggest, if you agree, that we go back to the moment just before you decided to step into the water. So I suggest you try to let that moment come back. Maybe it's helpful for you to close your eyes, relax, and then try maybe to give me a sign when you sort of have connected to that moment just before deciding to enter the water.
Okay. Yeah.
So, thinking of this moment, what was your position of the body?
Yeah. So right before I went into the water, I was walking across the rocks, and the rocks were hurting my feet. They weren't easy to walk on. I was trying to find my balance or keep my balance. And also in my mind, well, one thing I noticed, the rope on the ground. And as I was walking, I realized going slow or being cautious on the rocks isn't going to make this go away. So I started to feel that I needed to almost hurry into the water because I didn't want to hesitate. I know there can be a lot of hesitation when I do this, when I go swimming in this water. So I was like, I kind of let go of any sense of like holding back. or almost cautiousness walking on the rocks, because I was starting with this cautiousness, and then had to let go of that and said, okay, just go.
You remember where your eyes were fixed? Were you looking at the ground or towards the water? Where were you looking?
I was looking at the ground. Yeah.
You mentioned the feeling of these rocks. How would you describe this feeling?
Hard, and some points in my feet like a deep pressure, like a sharp pressure. Like I'm doing this with my fingernails now, feeling my fingernail into my finger, and almost that sensation. It tingles.
Maybe if we go back to the moment in the water where you sort of changed a little bit from this noticing the coldness, the tingling sensation, and then getting to a laugh. I don't know if you can maybe try to get back to that exact moment. I guess your position of the body at this point, is it like you're still walking in the water, right?
No, I start moving like a swimming moving. It was
Okay.
like once I finally was all submerged, and then I took like a deep breath out, and I felt comfortable enough to move my body, and that's when the laughter started coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happened to the breath there? You mentioned there was some change in breath. What was that?
So I breathed out. And there was a relaxing happening that relaxed the stress, the nervousness, or the anxiety I had of getting in the water. And that allowed me to move my body, like to broaden out my body. So instead of being kind of crunched over and trying to conserve my warmth and my balance in the water and all these things, I was able to expand my body and move it like swimming. And then I felt like I was like part of the water. Like I almost can see a color, like a dark greenish brown color. Yeah.
So at this moment where you notice the color of the water, is that a moment where you change like your attention from the breath to the scenery, or what happens in that moment?
No, I wasn't. It wasn't like I was looking with my eyes and saw this color. It was almost like a feeling of this color, like the feeling of what it looks like under my body while I'm swimming. Yeah.
How does it feel to look or to see a color, but not to see it, but to feel a color? What is that?
It felt very calming and grounding. Like I can see the color right now.
What does it look like?
Like this, like a dark forest green, kind of mossy color. And I can see it like here, like in my body here. And I can almost see my arms moving in the space in it. And the funny thing is that I don't remember actually seeing anything with my eyes as this is going, because I was so focused on my breath and the tingling sensation. So I can't say what I was actually looking at, but this is like what I see when I go back to that moment of that breath dropping and starting to swim action. Yeah.
So your part of your body is connected to this color, or is it your whole body? What is
And
it?
it's like this part of my body, because my arms is like I could see them as their own normal color in that space, and I don't have any recollection of like my legs or feeling my legs or seeing my legs in that color. So, yeah.
What does the water feel like in this moment where you notice a color or feel a color?
Alive. Like, I mean, rationally I want to say cold, but it doesn't feel cold in that moment. It feels like it's life, like you're swimming in life.
Right. How does that feel?
Amazing! It feels like this laughter, like you just, yeah. 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 It's like all my cares go away. Like it doesn't, none of it matters.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yes. So we're back. I think we almost started to feel that we were almost in the water. I at least did that at some point here. But I don't know. I hope this sort of excerpt gives you a little bit more understanding of this particular interview technique and what's being done here. Of course, it doesn't really do justice to just show a small clip in a 1 hour long interview, but hopefully it gives you some impression. And now finally here at the end, I will just address how the microphenomenal interview can be useful in what we could call caretaking journalism. I think this way of doing interviews is actually, instead of extracting information, I think the journalist here really tries to at least cultivate attention. So the microphenomenality invites really participants to revisit a single lived moment in detail rather than summarizing, as I said. And the aim is to sort of slow perception until these subtle bodily and sensory experience become available. So care here, I think, begins with a sustained attention rather than a sort of rapid interpretation. And journalism becomes more like an art of noticing, and in this case also slowing down. Journalism also becomes sort of a relationship rather than a transaction. So the interviewee or the interviews is sort of a collaborative process from the outset. The participants can interrupt, correct, shape the process, and meaning also develops through trust, repetition for sure, and also careful listening. And the journalist here is not sort of only or simply collecting stories, but actually sharing an experience of inquiry, I would say. You could also say it's a technique that allows you to stay with experience before turning it into explanation. So conventional journalism, in my experience, I've been a journalist for 15 years before turning to academia. I think conventional journalism often moves rather quickly towards themes, causes, opinions. Microphonology postpones abstraction by asking what happened first, what did you notice, where was your body, all these sort of details, right? So the method respects the complexity of lived experience before trying to categorize it, as journalism often tend to do. Then, of course, we also here, in this case, have the camera, where it really becomes also an instrument of attention. So film is used as a research method, not merely as documentation. We have, which you don't see here, but in the project, we also have a lot of close-ups, underwater cinematography, slow motions that also reveal dimensions of erotic experience that words alone might not be able to capture. So the camera here also participates in the inquiry by extending the sort of perception. And then you could also say journalism does not sort of only represent reality, it actually helps make experience articulate. So meaning here emerges through the encounter between participant, journalist, and film, and the journalist role sort of shifts from one who's extracting accounts to one who's facilitating expression. So here I would say care becomes a way of knowing as well as a way of relating. So summing up, I would say caretaking journalism is not defined by what it reports, but by how it attends. And in this case, with this technique, it is by slowing down, remaining present, protecting lived experience, extending perception through film in this particular case, and creating the conditions in which experience can become meaningful, which is why I do believe microphonological interview could be an important tool for journalists. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you have some questions.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was wonderful, and I really want to go swimming in the water now.
Good.
I think there's a lot of interesting questions and ideas kind of emerging in the documents and Q&A. So we'll toss some of those and get your thoughts here. And one of our participants has asked that, has your research found that water itself provides some kind of emotional safety for the subject that like lets them feel more open to this kind of microphenomenological process?
Yeah, I think actually the thing is, you could say that I've only tested microphonological interview with this particular topic and with these people, right? And I think that might be an easy topic in a way, because it's a topic that is sort of inviting people to share a bodily experience that they are probably pretty positive about. They probably like to swim and like the feeling of water on their body. So it's probably something that is pretty positive. That's also something that is coming from most of the interviewees, that it's a very soothing, compassionate experience, right? So in that case, I would say that maybe this particular technique is also, I don't know if it's only useful for those kind of sort of safe topics, but I think being a noob in this technique, I think it's a good way to sort of start with a topic that is not maybe too what do you call that? Too dangerous. I would maybe say that. So yeah. So I don't know if that's what the person who raised the question what sort of was aiming for, but yeah, there's definitely topics that are less safe than the swimming in water topic for sure.
Yeah, that makes good sense actually, especially both for field testing a method, and then I appreciate the idea of how do we use it in an anthropological context, but also in a journalistic context, and think across those two. And a second question that's interesting with this that somebody asked is the interview style technique itself, right? There's a show called Hot Ones on YouTube that I'm not sure if you're familiar with, or folks or not. Basically, it's a kind of two talking head interviews, and usually the one person is eating wings with hot sauce, increasingly hot sauce. So they're having a very intense physical experience while while being interviewed. And so kind of curious, this, like they're asking, could this type of immersion be one of the main reasons why shows like this work so well, is that there's this like intense actual experience happening at the same time as an interview?
Right. So I guess I would say that I don't know this show, but I guess just having a shared experience, like the interviewer and the interviewee having a shared experience, builds a common ground that you can work with in the interview setting, right? So I think already there you're actually on a good good start, right? And of course, but this is maybe in particular with microphonological interview. It is also a reminder that we are talking about an experience, a very specific experience. So having just carried out the experience, for instance, taking a dip in the water, makes it easier, I guess, to recall it and to really go into details with it. So I guess in that way, the specificity of this topic is also quite useful. But yeah, I would say, I think in general, also not because I haven't done a lot of these interviews, as I said, but I've done a lot of other interviews in my journalistic career, and I find immersion with the people that I talk to is often a very good way to go about things. I also teach ethnographic reporting, where co-immersion is part of the approach, or at least can be. And I do think it enriches both my understanding, but maybe also the trust and the sort of relations that are needed to produce a good interview.
I think that's a good point. Someone and Shauna just put in the chat also that there's a TV interviewer that they would watch that said that they would play frisbee with interviewees, which kind of put them at ease at the sense too. So there's an interesting idea of this, the shared experience in that regard. Right. I think is echoing.
Yes, sure.
Something that's interesting, like on the, without trying to be analytical, there's a question that popped up that's interesting to think about. Is like, are all the types of descriptions equally useful? If someone's talking about a sensation, an emotion, their physical movement, like, do those all help build the picture? Is it you try to kind of get a equal net of each of those? Like, it's kind of, you know, in this idea of like, how do you know when an interview is done if we're kind of sitting with somebody and learning with them?
Yeah. I think I get a feeling that the interview is done either when they look very tired and almost exhausted, and I think, okay, we should probably stop, or if it sort of feels maybe, I don't know, too many repetitions. I'm not sure, because repetition is also part of the interview, which might also could tell in this excerpt, right? So I wouldn't say that repetitions is the only way to sort of saying, okay, now let's stop. I guess it's just like a gut feeling, I would say, that makes you want to stop. But I think this, when I look at the question on the screen here, of course, the central ambition with the project or this technique is the descriptions, right? So you really want to stay at the description level. So immediately theories, opinions, or this reminds me of another time I was swimming with dolphins 10 years ago, and then they start talking about that. Then you have to sort of bring them back to not reality, but to the present. And that particular experience just happened right now, not similar experiences or the neighbor's experience of doing water swimming or whatever. So I think that way, the focus is always bringing attention to descriptions, rich descriptions, and not theorizing, not opinionated, not analysis, I guess. So that's that's the goal for the interview, right? To get the rich experience and or description of the experience. And I think in my experience so far has been that the people who are able to sort of, I guess, maybe a bit let go of themselves and the sort of thinking about the camera and all that stuff and sort of re-enter the experience is often the people that gives you the richest details. Whereas people who don't really get to this evocative stage and don't really sort of immerse themselves again in the experience tend to stay on a more, I guess, superficial level, but also more analytical level, theoretical level. So in order to really get to these pre-reflective dimensions, you need them to enter the evocative state and often to re-enter it several times throughout the interview, which is very hard. But what is, and I don't know if you noticed that in the excerpts, but I do repeat some of the words from the interviewees several times. And this is very much a part of the technique as well, that you sort of don't use new words. You don't say, oh, you said it reminded you of a green collar. Could you even say that it reminded you of watching television? Or I could bring new words to the interview. That's a no-go. You're only allowed to use the same words as the interviewee and repeat them and make, by repetition or repeating them, make them maybe enrich that description even further, but without adding something from you. It has to be there, recount of the experience, right?
That makes good sense too, because it's like helping to resurface in their consciousness how they were describing versus interpreting, right?
Right. Yeah. Yes. And then I guess the idea is that the body actually experiences much more than we initially might think or be able to state verbally. So we're trying to reach that bodily memory or bodily immersion, recollect that bodily experience by sort of getting the body to speak to us, almost, you could say. And that's, I guess, the technique that that this is useful for.
Right on. No, I love that idea too.
Yeah.
Getting the body to speak to us, this has been fantastic. Stefan, just want to say a huge thank you for chatting and sharing with us. There's more questions in the doc as we're building, so let's keep the conversation going, folks, and we'll see you later on today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello. I will go straight in. I would like you to think about the last time your newsroom asked its audience for something. Maybe you asked them to share their experience or send a photograph or tell you what they thought or answer a question. Now, imagine being the person who responded. You took 5 minutes, maybe 20. You told a journalist something about your life. You trusted them with your experience. And then, nothing. Every time someone contributes and nothing happens, we teach them something. Not that participation doesn't work, but that participating with us isn't worth their effort. And that's why I want to make one argument today. Asking people to participate isn't necessarily an act of care. What happens after that is. And that's why today I'd like to speak about care not being a mindset. It's a workflow. So newsrooms genuinely want to listen. They tend to create call outs and surveys, and they'll put in forms and they'll request photos and tell us your story boxes and community projects. But asking is the easiest part. The difficult part begins when you get 10, 100, 1,000 people answer. Someone has to read it, moderate it, understand it, decide what happens next, decide what matters, respond, publish, feed it back into the journalism, tell people what happened. And that's where engagement collapses. We've designed really, really efficient ways of asking communities for things, but we haven't necessarily designed equally as good ways for caring for what comes back. And that failure is largely structural. It's not a lack of empathy. Oh, change page. There we go. So I'd like to have a look at this chain and have a look at where the chain breaks. So we've got ask, receive, review, use, acknowledge, and then return. Where does it break? Well, first of all, we have asking, we're receiving, and then boop, this black hole. This is the spreadsheet that nobody ever opened again. Or we've got the ask, 700 people respond, we pick 3 and publish 3, and then boop, that black hole once again. That's the 693 people that feel disappointed and went to the effort of sending something in and nothing happened. Or we've got the last one, which is we ask, we receive, the journalists learn something, we create this amazing article, and then the audience never knows that they helped. And this last one's really interesting because the journalism may actually be really good, yet the participation relationship remains incomplete. And that's what I'd like to call the participation debt. Every time we ask someone for effort, we create a tiny obligation. It's not necessarily to publish them. It's not necessarily that we agree with them, but to do something responsible with the effort that we've requested. And that is caretaking. So let me introduce you to this framework. We've got ask, care, show, return. First of all, ask, is there a reason for participation or for participating? Don't begin with, how can we get readers to engage? We need to begin with, why does the journalism become better because they participate? Why should they participate? What could they get out of it? Is it a moment to experience everything together because the topic is important, because they could be published? Tell people what you're asking for, why you're asking it, and potentially how it's going to be used. Then we've got care. So can we responsibly handle what comes back? Before publishing a call out, we need to ask ourselves, what happens if 1,000 people answer? Who reads it? Who moderates it? How will sensitive information be treated? What happens to something that is useful but doesn't make the article? Then we've got show. Can people see that participation mattered? Publish contributions, quote people, maybe visualize answers, have journalists respond, share the results, explain the newsroom, what the newsroom learnt. The crucial point here is acknowledgement can scale even when individual replies can't. So can you recap the overall feeling that emerged from the responses, for example? You don't need to personally email 2,000 people to close that feedback loop. And finally, we've got return. So return, what happens next? And this is the piece that I think a lot of engagement strategies, when we focus on engaging with our readers or our audience, misses. It's the fact that we tend to imagine every call out as this isolated campaign. And really, it doesn't need to be that way. The other way, it sounds a bit like, so you told us X, and so we investigated Y. Or last month, 600 people told us, or you asked us to look into, or even we're coming back to this community because, That's when participation begins becoming a relationship rather than a transaction. So I'm going to show you a couple of real life examples, some case studies of what this could look like in real, what this looks like done properly. The first one, let me show you what I mean by not wasting participation. So this is a news brand, and I'm not even going to try and say the name of the news brand. It's a Dutch news brand. They have a very, very weird way of saying it, and I'm not going to try the accent. But it's a local news brand in the Netherlands. And every autumn, they do something really simple. They ask readers to send in photos, their best mushroom photos. And people do it, and they did. And these photos would arrive by email. The newsroom would choose a handful of the best ones, and they would be published. And now there's nothing wrong. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The newsroom was listening. The readers were participating. But imagine being contribution number 47 out of 100. You've gone for this walk. You've spotted this amazing mushroom. You've taken this photo. You've found the email address. You've attached it, and you've sent it to the newsroom. And then nothing. You don't know whether anybody saw it. You don't know what happened to it. You don't see yourself as part of something happening in your community. And that's the bit that we often overlook when we're talking about care. So the following year, the editorial team essentially did the exact same thing, but it was slightly different. They still asked people for their mushroom photos, but what changed was what happened after people responded. Instead of selecting a few of those contributions and allowing the rest to disappear into this inbox, they created a live gallery where contributions could be published and readers could see them, and they could like them and they could share them. And even other people who hadn't submitted could also engage by liking and sharing. They used Contribly to do this. They went from 7 hours down to 15 minutes worth of work. Little plug there. But really what's interesting is suddenly that participation became visible. You weren't just sending something to a newsroom. You could see that you were contributing to something. And look at what happened. So they received 5 times as many submissions. The page itself generated 6 times the amount of page views than the year prior. And people spent 4 times longer on this page. And they even received 7,500 likes and shares. So now, I don't think the most interesting part of this is actually those numbers. but the mushrooms hadn't got 5 times more interesting. And the question hadn't suddenly become 5 times better. So what changed about the relationship was actually around the ask. People could see other people participating. They could see what happened to those contributions. And even the people who didn't submit anything themselves could participate by looking and liking and sharing. The newsroom hadn't found a better way to ask the question. It had found a better way to care for what came back. And the commercial engagement metrics followed. So what does this look like against our beautiful framework? So first of all, we've got ask, so share your mushroom photos. Then we've got care. So in this case, create a workflow capable of handling more than just a handful that the newsroom could do manually. And then we've got show, publish the contribution so that people can see themselves in their community being reflected. And then we've got return. So give readers a reason to stay, react, share, and participate again. And I think this example taught us something important. When you don't waste engagement, the engagement that people give you, you don't just get more participation, you create more participation. This visibility creates this social proof. The recognition creates that sense of belonging. And participation gives someone a fundamentally different reason to come to a news website. You're no longer saying, hey, come here and consume something that we have made. You're saying, come here and be part of this too. And that's a very different relationship to the one that we've built on clicks. But there's something else missing here. So one successful moment, just like this, of participation, that's not a relationship. So really, how do we turn that moment into a habit? Which brings me to this second case study. So we've cared for the contribution, we've showed people that their participation actually goes somewhere. But one good interaction doesn't make a relationship. So the next question is, how do we get people to come back? This is GVA, so they are also a local news brand in Antwerp. They do loads of photo call outs, reader stories, but one of the things that I particularly like, which is incredibly simple that they do, is this every day they host a debate. And I think there's something quite powerful about that. So remember when quite a while back we would, if we wanted to watch a show like Friends, in my case, on a Thursday night, well, you knew when it was happening. And if you missed it, you missed it. Well, we've lost some of that behavior when everything has become constantly available online. And so GVA have recreated a little bit of that rhythm around participation. There's going to be a conversation and it's going to happen today. You know where it's going to happen, and you know that if you want to be part of it, well, this is your opportunity. And they create every type of topic for these discussions. They are doing politics and sport and local infrastructure, anything that's happening in Antwerp, anything that readers are talking about that day. And the results that they got are really quite interesting for a few reasons. So there is this behavior that happens. So the results, are very interesting. I skipped a slide. It creates the kind of metrics that newsrooms want to see. So these pages, for example, are getting 3 to 10 times more time spent on page, an average of 3 to 10 times more page views than their average articles. But again, I think we'd be missing the bigger picture if we stopped at page views and focused on that, because GVA are learning something from this relationship. Across these conversations, they can understand which topics people want to participate in, which questions generate thoughtful responses, what themes keep appearing, and where there might be another story for the journalist to pursue. So the audience isn't just providing content. This participation is informing the journalism that comes out next. And that's where the relationship starts becoming genuinely reciprocal. And I think there's another behavior that we see around participation that I find fascinating. When somebody has just participated, they're much more interested in what happens next. So across Contribly, around 20% of participants opt into newsletters. We've actually seen this more dramatically on the San Francisco Chronicle, for example, where an average page converts 0.01% of those visitors into newsletter signups. On pages where the readers are invited to participate through Contribly, that increases to 2.75%. Why? I don't think it's because they've put a newsletter box in a better place or in a better area of the page. I think participation creates an unfinished story. What did everyone else say? Will my contribution be published? What did the journalist learn? What happens next? Suddenly, keep me updated has genuine value. And that gives newsrooms a responsibility too. If somebody gives you the permission to continue the relationship, well, we need to give them a relationship worth continuing. So what have we learned? So we've got mushrooms. I gave you something. You showed me that that mattered. We've got debates. So I know that you'll ask again. I know that you'll listen again. So I will come back. And then what does that mean for caretaking? Well, care isn't one successful interaction. It's a promise that you repeatedly keep. So I'd like you to do this little care test. Before your next call out goes live, I'd like you to ask yourself these 4 questions. Number 1, why are we asking? What will participation change? Number 2, can we care for the response? What happens if the participation succeeds beyond our expectations? How will people know that they mattered? And 4, what reason are we giving them to come back? If you can't respond to question 2 to 4, you're probably not ready to ask question 1. I think we often talk about rebuilding trust in journalism as if trust is something that audiences decide to give us. But trust is also something that we design for. It lives in hundreds of tiny little interactions. It's the, you asked me something, that I answered, you listened, you showed me that you listened, and then I came back, and that's the relationship. Every time somebody contributes and nothing happens, we're training them not to come back. But the opposite is also true. Every time somebody contributes and sees that their effort mattered, we're teaching them that participating is worthwhile. And for those that didn't participate, seeing that we acted on the participation of others also builds trust. And it also gives them the confidence to one day participate as well. And that is what caretaking can look like in journalism. And it doesn't begin with asking people to care more. It begins with designing a newsroom that is capable of caring for what people give them. It's a workflow. So I realize I never introduced myself. I am Francesca. I am the co-founder of a newsroom participation tool called Contribly. Our tools help journalists receive and moderate and verify and publish community-generated content and help build a community around our journalism. And my role specifically is Director of Audience Engagement Strategies. So I work with newsrooms around Europe, the US, South America, helping them turn participation into stronger, more caring, more commercially savvy relationships between newsrooms and their readers. Yeah? So do you have any questions for me?
Hello, we do indeed. That was very fascinating. Thank you so much. I think very, very exciting and very cool space to think with. You know, and so we'll run through some of the questions that folks are kind of bubbling up with here. And one thing that stood up to me and folks here is this idea around basically I'm thinking the questions are being streamed, I think is what they're saying here. But basically, like, is there a good test for the black holes piece? Because that was a really interesting idea of like recognizing where in the participation chain we might be breaking down in terms of, are we participating? Are we asking the right kind of questions? And so, like, is there a black hole finder? Is someone is asking, right? How do you kind of know where you might be missing or where the chain's breaking down for you?
It's such a good question. I think that test that I gave at the beginning, that the 4 questions to ask yourself, is a really, really good start. I think if we start from there, we will start realizing where we're missing things. I think it's always trying. And I think I loved the session just before this, because it's direct feedback. It's someone asking a question and someone responding, and you can see what is happening. And I think since we've become digital, since everything is happening online, we almost forget what it feels like to be the person on the other side. We almost forget to imagine ourselves as the person responding. And I think that's the first bit. It's imagine you are the person responding. What will you expect to see? If I sent something, I would expect a little note to say, hey, it's sent. Because if not, that's all your first black hole. That person's probably nervous. They'll probably send it a few times just in case it never went there. It's imagining all of those steps. And I think an absolute basic is those questions. But I think to find out where those holes are is to do things slightly differently every time. And I think the mushroom example is a great one, because they were already asking for participation. They were already receiving content. And that tiny change of publishing all of those images, 5 times more submissions, it just proves that there was a hole there. But the only way to do it, I have I can add it into the Word document. Yeah, cool. I've got a few questions to ask yourself. It's a bit longer than that care piece, but maybe that's a useful way of kind of thinking about it.
Well, that'd be great. No, thank you. Yeah. I really like that idea too, because I think the other side that was nice about this is that, the flip side is that participation with audience requires participating by the newsroom, right? They have to put experiments out there to do things and call for action, right? In their CTAs, I guess, right? And if we don't do that, then we can't actually experiment or see what the interaction could look like. And that kind of tags into a second question that jumped out here, that like keeping participants updated, and continuing that relationship is a big responsibility, right? And it's an important one. So how do we help kind of newsrooms understand, like, if they are equipped for caretaking, or like when they realize, oh, we may not be, like, I like the 4 questions you said at the end to the caretaking test, right? Like, how do we help them know if they're really equipped for that?
So we've got that test. I think I want to hint to something that you said just before, because I think one of the biggest issues that I've noticed from newsrooms working with them, the first barrier to entry is usually the newsroom being scared of what's going to happen. That worry of, oh, what if I receive too much, or what if I don't receive anything? And I think that's already a massive barrier to overcome. And that's the reason that we built the tools that we built, was we were looking at, why aren't newsrooms engaging more directly with these audiences? What is going on here? And I think the first barrier to entry was the fear. The second barrier to entry was the tech. What if I receive too much? What if I receive it all via email? So I think there's a tech kind of piece to that. But I think once you remove that barrier, which isn't that huge, it's about realizing and testing with your audience. And we realize things like, when you use the word share your photo, you get so many more contributions than if you use the word senders. And there's so many tiny little things that, depending on your community, and honestly, every community is different, you learn what works. And I think there is a lot of data that happens in the background when you're using the right tools that helps you kind of overview where those holes might be, which is what we do. But I'm not here to sell. There are lots of ways of doing it.
Right on. But that's actually very helpful too, just to recognize that, like, both when we understand where often the barriers to entry are, which is, I think it's well said. There's kind of both a fear of tech and a fear of, like, can I actually do it? And then realizing that there's actually, the answer is yes, there are solutions, right? There's many ways to do it, but you have to actually do it in order to figure out, like, what you need and how that can get plugged in. So it's a key having partners to think about that too. Yeah.
I was just going to say, the biggest fears are, what if I get too much, and what if I get too little? And both of them are great, because if you don't get much, it tells you, hey, maybe I'm going in the wrong direction. And if you get loads, you've hit on something interesting, and you know that your audience want that. So even before you start writing, it's really useful to try it out.
It's like there's more signals than we think there are, right?
Absolutely.
this is a kind of a bigger question, but kind of some curiosity bubbling up here around the idea of what's your vision for the economics of participation workflows? Like in a bigger idea of like, is this a way to help us move towards a media ecosystem that's not dependent on advertising or certain kinds of typical capital flows? Like, or is it something else? Like, this is just, where do you see contributing like playing in this idea of like participation workflows as rethinking how we do media, right? And connect with people?
I have some huge, it's not done yet. They are on my roadmap of where I think it's going to go. I think the first thing is, it is absolutely essential that we create direct engagement with our readers. And we can see it. We've seen it so many times. The more that we focus on social media, the more that we focus on SEO and hoping that our audiences will just happen to find us, the more that we realize that we're depending on algorithms that we cannot control. So the first thing is, we need to build a relationship with our readers that is separate to those platforms. That experience of inviting someone to be part of something is very different to inviting someone to read something. And so I think that's the first step. I think there's this idea of doing something with the content that is worthwhile. I think the second thing is, we really need to create experiences on news brands especially, but experiences that readers aren't getting on social, aren't getting somewhere else. AI overviews are answering the question, but AI overviews can't take everybody's experience and put it together and curate something that puts your experience back into perspective. And I think there's such a powerful thing there. The other thing that we've realized, so that is from a newsroom point of view, my biggest frustration is, in a newsroom, we tend to have the newsroom and then we have like the marketing and sales team, and we're all trying to do the same thing. We all want news to get as far as possible. We all want to be able to fund it. And yes, we're playing on different pitches and aiming for the same goal. And actually, participation has a massive return on investment for the right sponsors, and there is a lot there. And I have a whole idea of how we can make local news much more sustainable with it, but that would be a massive story, and I feel like I've got very little time left.
Yeah, 4 minutes to tell us the story. No, I think that's a really, I'm super curious, and I know other folks are too, so that could be a great follow-up conversation too, because I think that is an interesting piece that as we're centering care across this conference too, it is this interesting idea of both what is the power to the people in essence, right, and the power of the participants, and so with this too, there's something interesting that in your bio you mentioned that this work was originally developed, you working at the Guardian, and then you I don't know if this is directly after, right? But then, so what made you decide to kind of co-found Contribly as a way to do that? And was there a gap that you saw? Was it a thing of scale? Was it enterprise? Like what made that shift necessary for you?
Yeah, so we started at the Guardian. We started actually building a lot of the tools with the newsroom in the Guardian. So we were really looking at that as an issue. And then we made so many mistakes. Well, I'm not going to call them mistakes. So many learnings. It takes a long time to get it right. And then we rebuilt it as Contribly based on all of those learnings. We realized the typical thing, when you build something, you realize all of the bits that weren't needed and the bits that were really essential. So we recreated Contribly and worked with the Guardian and continued working with other newsrooms. And actually, that's what created my role of a newsroom engagement strategy director. So I'm working with those newsrooms across Europe. I showed Belgian examples there and examples from the Netherlands, but actually the communities in the UK, for example, react completely differently. And that's the fascinating part. Don't know if I answered the question there, but
totally, yeah. No, it's cool to see, and actually just nice, my Anthropology hat there. It's neat to see also that like you're seeing these cultural responses that are slightly different across the board too, which I think is actually very valuable to recognize that we're going to see, or it speaks to your point before that like the types of solutions are going to be shaped by how and who the audience is, right, and what that looks like for folks. I guess just one more to think about this, like we won't make you spoil the beans too much, but you kind of mentioned there's a bunch already on your roadmap. I'm kind of curious, like what are you excited for? What's coming next for as you think about like what role can technology, and obviously AI, you mentioned, is like a part of how we think about a lot of what gets out online, right? Like, I guess what's exciting for you in terms of the tech space? Like how are things getting easier or more open for folks to participate, or for building stories, things like that?
I've got two sides to this. On one side, so I'm excited about the types of tools that we're creating. When you receive about 2,000 responses, a lot of the time we can't go through 2,000 responses. So that's one side to it. It's how do we help journalists understand, get an overview of these audiences that are getting involved. Can AI help us understand, what's the demographics? Do these people have personal experience? Can it pull out the highest quality responses to help us understand what readers are asking and where they're going with that? So that's something that we have already started building. But I think we have so many tools. And I think with AI building further, it's really interesting. I think everyone wants to go and build their own tools now, but actually that doesn't share the learning. And that's the bit that I really feel quite passionately about. The fact that the way that we ask the question, the standard for participation, there isn't necessarily one. We're very good at knowing, when I send a newsletter, I expect to get at least a 30% open rate on my type of topic. We know that, what the standards are for SEO, but we don't necessarily understand what the standards or the benchmark should be for participation. And especially participation for local newsrooms, for our context. And I think there is a really interesting space there that as a tool we could potentially help with, but we could also join with other tech companies to help everyone understand, am I doing a good job? Is my journalism getting as far as it should be? Or how do we learn together instead of everybody trying and doing it in their own corner and losing 2-3 years testing 500 things when someone else has already learned the lesson?
I love that idea too. I mean, it's a participation on that meta level also, right? That we can all work together to learn. Also, Francesca, this has been really great to learn from you and speak with you. So thank you so much for joining us. And we're excited. There's more Q&A happening in the doc. And so excited to continue on, and we'll see you soon. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I was on mute. Hi there. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Nellie Beckett, and I'm the community engagement producer at the Gulf States Newsroom. And today I'm going to be talking about the intersection of care and crisis and a real life case study into what that looks like with community engagement reporting on the opioid epidemic in Mississippi. I'm coming to you live this morning from beautiful New Orleans, Louisiana. I am based out of Birmingham, Alabama. But today we're going in between to the great state of Mississippi. So, the Gulf States Newsroom, who we are. We are a journalism collaborative between NPR stations in Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. There's WWNO and WRKF here in New Orleans and Baton Rouge, WBHM in Birmingham, where I'm based out of, and Mississippi Public Broadcasting in Jackson. We work together as a regional newsroom to plan coverage, to share resources, and to really fill in those reporting gaps in a region of the United States that is continually under-resourced, as we'll discuss in a little bit. It's undercovered, frankly. We have, wonderful coverage of the cities out of which we're based by those stations already. But in much of rural America, folks are short on resources, whether that's access to medical care, whether that's access to good jobs, or whether that's access to news infrastructure. I want to also acknowledge the very generous supporter of much of the project that I'm going to talk about today. The University of Southern California's Annenberg Center for Health Journalism both provided the Data Fellowship for my colleague Drew Hawkins and generously sponsored us with a little bit of a community engagement grant that made possible much of the work that I'm going to talk about today. The problem. So my colleague Drew Hawkins, our brilliant public health reporter who covers many topics from the health consequences of data centers to access to clean air and water across our states to the opioid crisis. We often hear about the opioid crisis affecting the Rust Belt of the United States, the Northeast, Appalachia, but it's no less serious and severe here in the Deep South. It has shattered communities across Mississippi specifically. And Drew zeroed in on several just numbers that tell this story before starting that USCC Health Data Fellowship. So Mississippi, it's all connected. Mississippi leads the nation in infant and maternal mortality, and the opioid crisis does drive some of that. Foster care is a huge problem. More than 40% of children in Mississippi are in the foster care system because of parental substance use. And something that we call grandfamilies, children being raised by their grandparents. Mississippi has the highest rate in the country of children being raised by grandparents. So just some examples of the ways that the crisis specifically affects children and families, as well as just the state as a whole. Millions of dollars going toward this crisis. So what we wanted to look at was, how can we report on this sensitive topic, dig into this data while authentically engaging the subjects in our community? So we approach that in several ways. Drew has a little tip that I've included in the corner. He would have started the community engagement work earlier, and I would have as well. So he's the reporter, I'm the community engagement producer. What that looks like is Jill of all trades, whether that's field producing, event production, sourcing, working on our podcast. I make the great reporting happen. But the earlier you start, the more that people who are affected by the topics that you report on can authentically be part of that reporting process. So we endeavored to cover the state of Mississippi, to hear from folks in every corner of the state about the opioid crisis. The catalyst for this reporting was the fact that opioid settlement money took a long while to reach Mississippi, but it was finally about to. And we were in this sweet spot of time earlier in the year while Mississippi lawmakers were deliberating over how to spend that money. So we wanted our reporting to make the biggest impact possible while authentically engaging the community. So we decided to go to the communities that were most affected, ask folks directly 3 questions, right? How has the opioid crisis affected you or your family? Which programs have had the most effect on you and your family? And how should Mississippi lawmakers spend that opioid settlement money? And ultimately, what we did is we would take these answers, they'd inform the reporting, but we'd also bring them and audio directly to the Mississippi legislature, as I'll show you in a reel at the end of this presentation. This picture is of a residential rehab for mothers and their children in the Delta region of Mississippi. And CARE informed this so much. I've chosen a picture that obscures the faces of the women in question to protect their anonymity. But going to the rehab was a chance to hear directly from mothers who are affected. This is a very special rehab because they can take their children under age 5 with them to that rehab. And many of the women who we spoke to there said, I would not have gotten clean if I could not bring my children with me, right? So, and we also wanted to shape the voices within the reporting by going to these folks and treating them not as subjects to gawk at, not as people deserving of pity, but as stakeholders with lived experience whose authentic experience could inform our reporting and hopefully inform how lawmakers chose to spend that money. So we went, we brought donuts, we brought coffee, we had a meeting, we walked the residents through our reporting, and then we turned it over to them. We had surveys, and then we asked them to write down their own testimony, their own story of how the crisis affected them, what worked for them, whether that was rehab, whether that was harm reduction, whether that was childcare, whether that was supported transitional housing, whether that was a jobs program, and gave them an opportunity to speak to those lawmakers directly, whether that was through anonymity or whether women felt comfortable signing their names. But I am just so proud of how we did this. I think that the food and beverage helped too. It made it less of a extractive moment and more of a let's have a meeting, let's sit down, let's talk, and let's treat you as experts in your own life. So really leading with care, I think, was crucial to this. So we truly covered the state. This picture is from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, which is all the way across the state from the Delta. And it is in a bicycle shop. So we went to a lot of unique places to report on the Mississippi opioid crisis. This is a bicycle shop belonging to James Moore, who is a leader in the recovery space in Mississippi after his own son passed away more than a decade ago from an overdose. We brought together folks from the recovery community all across the Pine Belt region of Mississippi, and also submitted surveys to them and asked them those same questions. How has the crisis affected you or your family? How should we spend that money? How has it impacted, what programs have had the most effect on you and your family? Again, care was central to this. We did not pressure anyone to speak if they didn't want to. If folks wanted to pull Drew quietly aside and share or say, hey, can we do an interview in a second location? I don't want to share this information in front of other people. And we also asked folks how they felt about harm reduction. We asked a really important question at every point. What are you afraid that we might get wrong? And those answers also informed reporting, right? So often, many of the folks we spoke to said, the addiction had taken away their dignity, it had made them a spectacle, it had made them either a cog in the system or feel forgotten. So by co-creating this reporting, we wanted to infuse a measure of serious care and serious dignity. These photos are also gorgeous. One of the main uses of our grant was to invest in really high quality photography. We recognize that not everybody has the opportunity to do so, but as a radio forward newsroom, we don't always have the resources to get that visual piece in. But it really just elevated what we were trying to do. Here you see my colleague Drew and Mr. Moore in the background. I mean, literally in a bike shop, going to where folks are. in their community, whether that's, some place where they might already be gathering for recovery meetings, or a place where they are and can't leave, like the rehab. We also went to some community fairs. We went to a rally day at the Mississippi State Capitol, where we would return. We also bought dinner here. We actually got a delicious dinner from a local restaurant that's also called Nellie's. If we were asking folks to show up and share challenging stuff with us, we were going to feed them. And the generous grant from USC made that possible as well. Food can be a source of care and relationship building. And culturally, especially in the South, breaking bread together, having dinner with someone is a way to build trust, a way to build authentic engagement, a way to show, I am here, I am listening, and I am building a relationship with you, not being extractive. Here's another photo. We asked folks to come up and share on Post-its. I spent a good long while transcribing all of these, and that informed Drew's reporting as well. Some of the things that we heard again and again: affordable recovery options, more education, sober living, sober living, sober living. Not one person said they needed more law enforcement. Narcan was another thing we heard again and again. And who better than folks who have lived experience to, tell lawmakers what they need. So 8 months on this project, driving more than 5,500 miles across the state, we ultimately collected over 200 written responses from people with lived experience. We held these as listening sessions too. We are so accountable to the people who are sharing the stories with us. So we wanted to provide multiple means of engagement, whether that was writing something down on a Post-it, speaking to our reporter, calling back later, and putting a human face to those numbers. Community engagement, can become so hollow so fast if you're not careful. We can post call outs on social media, hope responses trickle in, but we knew it needed to be more rigorous. So we also went to an event called Black Balloon Day, a memorial in Biloxi, Mississippi, for families who have lost loved ones to addiction. We did the same thing. We set up in a pavilion. Here I am with Drew and with our colleague, who's a Mississippi-based community engagement reporter, Elise Gregg. And we chatted with folks as they walked by. We want Biloxi is on the coast. It's very demographically different from the Delta or from Hattiesburg, but we wanted to make sure that every corner of the state was represented as well. Community engagement, community is not static. Community can be geographic, but it can also be brought together by identity, as we found with so many of the folks who were in recovery or who identified as being part of that recovery community. And, we asked again and again, what should we do with the money? What should we do with the money? And we were really, really excited and proud to bring it to the Capitol and set up a table for lawmakers. So here's another picture of a gentleman sharing his lived experience with us. These were also a jumping off point to source. And a way to make our work visible as well. You say the words NPR, public media, reporter, right, in a deep red state like Mississippi that doesn't always have the best relationship with or trust of reporters. So this was also an important exercise in showing care and visibility and building trust for our profession, right? Reporters are not automatically trusted. The word media, can invite suspicion and distrust. So by co-creating this project, by centering care, by centering respect, by centering, accountability and showing our process, I'd like to think that we were able to rebuild some relationship there too. So ultimately, we brought our findings to the Mississippi State Capitol. And we were even able to set up a listening station and let lawmakers hear directly from those folks in recovery, those folks with lived experience, those folks who had lost loved ones to the crisis. And our deep hope is that our reporting informed the allocation of those dollars. So I'm going to ask our moderator if you could click over to the video that we produced about this work.
We're here at the Mississippi State Capitol to talk to lawmakers about the opioid crisis in the state. Over the last few months, we've been all over Mississippi, Jackson, Dublin, Hattiesburg, Biloxi, talking to people with lived experience of addiction. We've heard about how it's affected their lives and how they think the state should spend opioid settlement funds. That's money from lawsuits with opioid manufacturers, marketers, and distributors. So we took all of those responses on surveys and sticky notes, and we're presenting them here at the Capitol, along with a listening station to hear from people with lived experience in their own voices, so they can be part of the discussion too as lawmakers decide how to spend settlement funds.
Nobody knows better about the opioid crisis and addiction than the ones who are afflicted by it and their family members. Their family members have to live with this. So we need to make sure this money is getting used in the right way. But we also need to make sure what's the follow-up, what's the results of this money after we get this money.
I'm just thinking these folks need to be part of the legislative process to figure out ways what would be the best for them. You know, because they're dealing with something that we may not ever know about.
All right. Thanks so much for sharing that. So I'd like, our experience to provide folks with some takeaways and some tips for your own authentically engaged reporting that centers care. So I'm going to run through some of those tips, and we will leave some time for questions. So how to promote an event, right? How do we do this in a geographic area that was so wide, so large, and maybe not so friendly to reporting? So relationally, is going to be your best bet. Find the one person who's a leader, whether they are leading a meeting, a community group, whether they're the person posting on Facebook who others go to as a trusted source of information. Maybe they don't have an official title, but they are the de facto networked person. But if you can find that one person and build trust with them, growth and engagement spin out organically from there. You can ask people to invite their friends. Depending on the subject, you can host in their home, definitely provide food, and adjust expectations. People might not always open up to you right away. The direct ask, getting people to show up for something is always a challenge. I get asked this so often. How do you get people to show up? You ask them directly. You make a point of saying, hey, it would mean a lot to me if you were there. You can also piggyback off of another event or meeting in place, which is what we did. Rather than trying to reinvent the wheel to get folks to show up, we went to a rehab. We went to a community memorial day. We went to a recovery meeting. Hire a translator if you need to. I mentioned this earlier. Hire a photographer. One powerful thing you can do to center care is invite a community member to speak as part of your listening session or an event, right? It's much more authentic to ask people to open up when you show demonstrably that you have made space for someone to do that and listen. Door-to-door outreach may work depending on the community. You can reach folks by phone. You can follow up over the phone. This sounds so obvious, but just picking up the phone is such an underrated tool. And multiply your trips, right? Trust is not built with just one trip. It's built again and again. But what we found is that reporting in the recovery space, you would start to see some of the same folks again and again, who are those high flyers in that community, whether it was as advocates or as medical professionals or simply as someone with a vested interest. Make your best effort to accommodate timing. You can't please everyone. One of my signature quotes for engagement events is that Thursday is already taken. People love doing events on Thursday nights. So pick something else. Find the social capital, right? Engagement work is really detective work. You find who's that trusted person, who is that network, and you can go both deep and not wide, right? You can cast a wide net, but even one or two really authentic and deep relationships will, reach far more people than a social media post that is seen by but not acted upon far more. Time is always a factor in care. These things are not built overnight. And, I said earlier, you'll see the high flyers again and again. I've seen that in other spaces called the S2P problem, which is the same two people problem. Wherever there is a salient issue, at meetings, you will start to see the same two people. But that's not a problem. That's a jumping off point. And they're people you should know. Another waggish reporter friend of mine said, well-adjusted people don't go to community events. While that's not entirely true, you're going to meet some great folks, and you're going to meet some folks with whom the relationship might need to be managed. This was not true in this particular project, but people are passionate and often cranky. But it's a cycle to push through, right? Not a loop to close. We do it again and again. We set out not with a goal, but with, an experimental mindset. Let's try this. Let's iterate. Let's see how it works. And the last thing I will say is, chart paper, Post-its, and markers. They're low tech, but they could be one of the most effective tool for a reason. When people can visibly see their input, you can see their input. And just as a visual manifestation of authentic community engagement. So good luck. I wish you the very best of luck in engaging community members as you report. It also makes for a wider audience reach. It makes for a better experience for everyone involved. And I know, the folks included in our reporting told us how much it meant to us, how grateful they were, and how they used it to share with lawmakers as those Mississippi lawmakers deliberated over how to spend that money. So I've got some questions, and I can segue over to those.
Hello.
Hi,
Thank you so
Adam.
much.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
This is really, really exciting, and I think the project is super interesting. And there's a ton of interesting things also as a Texan. I grew up in Texas, so this is always nice. And next to the Gulf states, I guess, it's one of those we never know if we actually are included.
I'd say Gulf Coast, yeah.
Yeah, Gulf Coast. So there's, I think, a lot of really interesting conversations bubbling up here, and one of them that's standing out is this idea of like what could newsrooms and journalists kind of take away from this approach of how do we work with communities or regions that are often overlooked in reporting, right? And it's kind of the question under the question here is like, how do we spot what's missing in typical regions, especially because if we're in rural areas and we're in spots that typically maybe even sometimes news deserts, right? How do we think about that and finding out who's not being heard, and how do we kind of spot that?
It is detective work. You see what coverage does exist out there, either on the topic or in the region, and ask yourself what's missing. You can also look at the data, right? Data showing, for example, grand families, children being grazed by grandparents. And then you see, is there a story about that, right? Look at the data to show you where the gaps are, or look at the coverage that already exists. And you have to, kind of work backwards to deduce, what's missing.
That's super helpful, and I think it's an important piece to recognize too, that as we're thinking about where we source stories from, like I appreciated y'all's approach too in terms of the working with community spaces too, as we kind of understand what that can look like for folks. And then there's this interesting kind of notion that really stood out too, of this idea of the question you asked folks of like, what are you afraid that we might get wrong? I think is a really powerful way of kind of co-producing stories with folks. And it's kind of curious to think about as folks are wondering like how, like when we see those fears come up, like, what are some examples of those that I know you mentioned one or two of them, but like, how did that shape the way you did reporting? Like, did something come up and you said, oh, we cannot talk about this topic, or we need to approach it a different way? Like, what did it look like in the story building process?
Yeah. So the answers to what are you afraid we might get wrong? People said, centered again and again, my loved one, was a person with a heart of gold, not just an addict. I am an addict. We do recover. I'm not afraid to tell my story. Please don't focus too much on the fact that I was a drug user. Please focus on what I've done to fix my life. We heard, having addiction is no different than any other disease. It is substance use disorder. We do recover, let's focus on pregnant women, on single mothers, right? This isn't just a crisis of the individual. It's a crisis of the family. It's a crisis of society. It's a devastating cycle. We're afraid you might get wrong, the passion that we have for recovery. And one person, I love this so much, simply just said, I really appreciate you asking this question.
Right on. No, I love that too. I think it's because it's a really powerful moment of humility, I think, right? And she speaks to the ethic of care that y'all are building into the process itself, because it's like, how do we actually be humble about what it is that we're making, but understanding that this is those folks' stories, right? And like, how do we help bring them out? And I think that's really powerful. And something else to do, I think this kind of speaks to your detective work question, but I thought it was also really fascinating that I was seeing echoed in questions is the kinds of communities, like the grand families you visited, the special rehab center, like I think these are themselves are really interesting storied places and groups of people, right? That we don't often hear that much about, right? And so, like, how'd you kind of choose those specific places? Were they community led? Like, you kind of found them, or like was Drew in this spot and found this bike shop, or like how did that process happen for y'all?
It was a blend. Drew had been embedded already in doing some reporting on the opioid crisis. So we got some invitations. Hey, come to Recovery Day, come to Black Balloons Day. Others, took a little legwork to find. We wanted to represent the entire state. So, bust out a map. All right, we hit the Delta, the coast, the Pine Belt, and Jackson in the middle. Let's hit every part of the state and let's have a diversity of spaces, right? Activism spaces are going to be different than a residential rehab, is going to be different than a recovery meeting. Relationships brought us to those places. And there were places that turned us down. But each one revealed, both the similarities in the struggles of people and the differences. One person said, "Hey, the coast is often overlooked. Mississippi coast, different kinds of problems, but we struggle no less with addiction. So thank you for coming out and talking to us."
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I think that's really interesting too, and getting that sense of feedback too. Even thinking about the presentations we've seen so far today, right, and some yesterday, that there's an importance of the echo of what we're hearing back from the community. Like they're both responses of the experience of the reporting and the stories, right? And that kind of dovetails with this next question here. That's did the communities that y'all engage with have the opportunity to attend Capitol presentation or see kind of some of the outcomes on the capital policy money side? And if so, like, did you get a sense of what were expectations of those that chose to attend and what they felt like they got from the experience?
Yes. So we made sure to invite everyone who had taken the time to speak with us to the presentation. And I was so proud that a few employees of the rehab, which was all the way in the Delta, like 2 hours away from the Capitol, drove down to come see our presentation. And those staff also identify as members of the recovery community themselves and had also provided that feedback. So to get to show them, yes, we brought your voices, we brought your and your colleagues and your patients' voices down here, meant the world. So, we're still seeing how the money is shaking out. Some of it has been allocated. Some of it is kind of shrouded in mystery, but we are very proud that Christina Dent's End It for Good, which is a recovery-focused nonprofit, did receive some funding to continue doing their great work. She was also one of our sources. Yeah.
Right on. Cool. No, that's great to hear. And then just kind of a wrap up. Our last question here is that there's interest in hearing more about the framing approach you use. This idea of like, let's treat you as experts in your own life. I think that's a really powerful framing when you're asking and thinking about how do we work with and talk with community members, instead of kind of saying we're having a reporting on process, but we're learning and listening with you. So kind of unpack this idea of like, let's treat you as experts in your own life.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we wanted, authentic engagement and, true, candor from our participants. And my thinking was, speaking with folks struggling with addiction, especially those who are actively in rehab, they might be used to being treated as a patient, as a problem, as a disappointment. But what if we reframed it as, we are coming to you as experts? We are asking you to consult, right? You're in a tough situation. But we see you as someone we can learn from and someone who can teach us rather than someone who needs to be rescued or managed. And I think in terms of restoring care and dignity, not just, reporter, producer to subject, but human to human, is incredibly powerful. And I think that drove some of the candor of those responses that we got.
Right on. And how, I'm just gonna, thinking with this too, like how are you thinking about your next types of projects, right? Like, are you planning on kind of continuing on, because the opioid crisis is obviously a continuing crisis, right? Epidemic. And so is it something that you plan to continue following up on, or like, how do you kind of conceptualize the next set of projects after you put this together?
Yes, I'd love to continue reporting on how that money did get spent and does it actually get help, right? The whole point of this was going to be, suggestions and accountability around funding. Our work would be incomplete if we didn't follow up and saw how that money was spent and see if it made a difference or not in people's lives, right? So I'm looking forward to closing that loop with my team and following up on the recovery journey of so many of the great folks we spoke with in Mississippi.
Cool. No, I'm excited to hear how it goes too. So, Nellie, thank you so much. This was great to hear from you and learn from you. And thank you so much for joining us. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon. I'm so glad to be here today. I'm Leslie Graves, and I am the CEO of Ballotpedia. The reason that we wanted to be part of this conference is because we have encountered an issue that we think the intersection of anthropology and journalism might be able to help us with. So let me get started. I have 16 grandchildren. This is every year when in between when they're 11 and 12, we take them on a trip, my husband and I. This is Sadie, and we just a month ago got back from visiting the giant redwoods near Eureka, California. And the if you have never visited the giant redwoods, you absolutely should. It's a once in a lifetime thrill. You'd have to fly into the Eureka airport, which only has 2 gates, and you walk down the steps to get on the tarmac. When you're in the redwoods, you are looking at the redwoods. They are absolutely majestic, taller than you would even be able to imagine from all the many pictures you've seen of them. But what I want to draw your attention to is the ferns and other things that are on the ground there. And as you're going through these beautiful spaces looking at the redwoods, the curators of the experience will eventually draw your attention to what they refer to as the understory or the undercanopy. And when you first start reading the plaques about that or reading about it, it's pretty hard to take those ferns seriously when you're standing there looking at the redwood. But the understory or the undercanopy is all about what we are looking at that supports the great trees that grow out of that. This is similar to our political infrastructure in the United States. So this pyramid shows you all of the elected political lawmakers in the United States. The top 1/10 of 1% are federal office holders. The next down, 3.4% of all elected officials in the United States are state legislature, and then the statewide offices, governor, attorney general, and so forth. But then you get down to the bottom of the pyramid, which is like the understory, and you have 520,000 local elected officials. And that is school board members, city council members, people who belong on county commissions, and so forth. So up until 2018 on Ballotpedia, we only covered the top few people, the state legislature on up. Many people visit Ballotpedia every year because they are looking for information about those people, even though there's plenty of other information online about state legislature on up. Especially when you get to federal offices, there's no end of information about it. But we decided that it would be important to start covering the bottom of the pyramid. So the story I'm about to tell you puts you on the side of who? The voter. So what is the experience like for you of being a voter? And you're expected to know something about the people on the bottom part of the ballot as you prepare to vote or as you're standing in the ballot box. And we've known for a long time, almost everybody has experienced this, where you walk in, you bounce into the ballot box, you feel very prepared to vote the top of the ballot. You recognize all those names. You know who you're going to vote for. You bing, bing, bing. And you inevitably come to some names and you're like, don't recognize those people. I don't even know what that office is. Pretty soon you're like, what? We vote on judges. And then most people leave the voting booth feeling a little bit inadequate. These are the kinds of things that people tell us about that experience, and that we're pretty sure most of you have probably told yourself about your experience of voting when you think about the down ballot. So as we're thinking through this story, this is a story as Ballotpedia and other news organizations try to solve this problem for their readers and voters. Whose side are you positioning yourself on? Whose side have we positioned ourselves on? Very clearly, we have positioned ourselves on the side of voters and readers. They are the ones that want the information. We're going to go out and we're going to get that information and we're going to bring it back to them so that they feel competent as they vote. To do that, we need to find information about 520,000 local elected lawmakers. during the time of their candidacy. So just to make it more manageable for us, we've defined certain pieces of information that if we could procure those pieces of information about the candidates, our readers would regard that as enough information to go on so that they could match their values to their vote. So these are the ones we've chosen. We're still very much on a voter-centric journey here. These are the 5 things we go and look for about all of these local candidates, and we are on the side of the voter. So, and this is actually our plan for through 2034 as we get to having all that information for any voter anywhere in the United States, robust information for any contest on the ballot. So that's a great goal. I would say everybody can get behind that. One of the key pieces of information is that we ask our candidates, local candidates, school board, et cetera, city council, to fill out a candidate survey. We started doing that very significantly 2 years ago. And one of the things we rapidly encountered was the reality that even though state legislature on up candidates fill out our survey at the rate of 35 to 40% and more in some races, the percentage of local candidates who fill out our survey is much, much lower than that. It ranges between 10 and 15%. This is very surprising to us. As we started noodling this problem and tried to figure out how can we get more of these people to fill out the survey so that our readers will be more informed when they go to vote. Again, our story is on the side of the voter. We, for unknown reasons, we're not even sure what motivated us to do this, but 2 years ago, we did a school board listening tour. So we recruited 100 school board members from across the country, from 38 different states, rural districts, urban districts, suburban districts, left, right, and center. And we did 100 hour-long interviews with these school board members, one-on-one. And they were guaranteed confidentiality at the beginning of the interview. So of course, I did some of these interviews, and they were very eye-opening. So first of all, it was very easy to get 100 school board members to agree to do this. This is 100 out of 83,000 school board members across the country. It was easy to get them to do it, and they were ready to talk. So when we're doing a one-on-one interview, they were extremely eager to share their views on a wide range of things. And every interview that I did, we were both crying by 45 minutes in. So what we learned, and that also happened for our other staffers who were doing these interviews. So what we learned from that experience is that guaranteed confidentiality, school board members of all different kinds are eager to talk, eager to share, and have a lot to say about their experience. And what we learned about that as staffers is that these people are human beings, and they have a very complex story to tell, and very few people are interested in that complex story. So as we sort of thought about that, we realized that prior to doing the listening tour, that I had had an extractive attitude toward these 520,000 local candidates. I wasn't interested in them for themselves. I was interested in them on behalf of voters. Wanted to squeeze that information out of them to give to our voters. But after we did the listening tour, we concluded that we weren't looking at it quite right. So we are in the midst of trying to have a stewardship relationship with local elected officials, especially during the time of their candidacy, instead of an extractive relationship with them. And this is a tough bridge for us, and it might be for other journalists, because there is a bit of a tendency for journalists, and at Ballotpedia, we think of ourselves as encyclopedists, to we're on the side of the reader or the voter against the candidates. And in this case, we're inclined to think that that's not the right way to think about it. We are exploring other ways to think about it. And we wanted to show up at this conference, put our problem in front of people who probably have a lot more sophistication and thinking about this general issue about how to exercise a care of stewardship with the people that you're writing about, as opposed to having an extractive relationship with them. And just hear what kind of ideas anybody might have for how we could move forward and solve the problem with one other additional thing there, which is that we have to do it at scale because there are so many of them. So that's my talk, and I'd love to hear any questions.
Thanks so much, Leslie. We do have some questions that have come in from the audience, and I think we're going to see some more trickle in too. We've got people making comments around what a beautiful metaphor that is, this idea of the under canopy of the redwoods. And I think we're all going to keep that in our minds next time that we see news about elections. On the topic of extending that redwood and ecology type of metaphor, we've got a member of our audience asking if we extend that to the resource sharing, so being in balance with the under canopy and the canopy, if you put this in that political space, there's a zero-sum idea of resources and how competitive it is between federal and local politics. So sort of setting it up that way, the question is more, how do we tackle that resource disparity without reaching for more zero-sum tactics?
Well, it's a really good question. By the way, one of the other things I should say, when we talk about local candidates and these vast numbers of them, 520,000, many of them represent very small districts that have very few voters in them. So we're talking about some towns with a population of 2,000 or a village with 500 voters in it. But we're also talking about towns of 10, 20, 40, 50,000. We're not talking about the big cities. Obviously, if you're running for mayor of Chicago, Los Angeles, Houston, or New York, there's plenty of national coverage that everybody has access to about you, but that changes very fast. Even when you get down to cities with 250,000 population, you already have very resource-constrained newspapers trying to cover at least the mayoral election, even as they're having to lay off people. And then how much time and energy does that leave them for covering the city council candidates? Like in Madison, I live in Wisconsin, an hour away from Madison. We have 21 city council members. It leaves very little time to cover those city council members. So finding a way for people who are running for all of these offices to use their voice in the public square is really important. And one of the questions we are learning to confront is, why should they? Why should they? They get elected without speaking digitally. And the most interesting statistic about that is that when we send all of our most skilled researchers into an area, and so here are like 500 candidates, get all the information you can about them by hand, figure it out, how much can we get them? Up to 30% of local candidates have no digital footprint. They don't have a Facebook page. They don't have an X account. They are digitally invisible. But their voters really still would like to know something about them. And voters don't necessarily want to have a conversation at the doorstep with that candidate. Voters would prefer digital information. So again, I'm placing myself on the side of the voter as over against these candidates who are being balky and uncooperative. But I think for us to succeed here, we need to figure out a way that it works for these people, for candidates, of whom there are 500,000. And by the way, most of them don't get paid any money, not even a per diem travel expenses.
Yeah, wow. They're really doing this job because they care, speaking of care. And as you talk about the scale of this, obviously like thousands of candidates, and this idea of listening sessions being actually, I think, pretty resource heavy for you.
Very resource heavy.
Yeah. How we've got this question around kind of where your mission requires reaching hundreds and thousands of local candidates. How are you thinking about carrying out these sort of more qualitative or human, like a human is really necessary in these types of in-depth interviews? What's the model that's going to scale there? Or what are you willing to lose or standardize some elements of it in the process?
That's a question that we're confronting a lot and working on survey design. And by the way, we're getting some great questions about does Ballotpedia view itself as a competitor for the local media or a replacement? Mostly people who turn to Ballotpedia for information about local candidates are doing that because there no longer is information locally in a local newspaper about it. So we view it as sort of a successor, sort of a second best. It's not bad, but it's second best to the good old days. I mean, when I was a younger voter with the Wisconsin State Journal and the Capital Times, there were massive articles every September and October about the tiniest little offices. That is just, they just can't do that anymore. So yes, I would say that we view ourselves as a replacement for areas that no longer can afford to cover the understory. But figuring out how to do that in a way that the candidates feel good about, where they don't think we are the enemy or we're just trying to squeeze some words out of them because we're on the side of our voters, is really, I think, we're going to have to figure out how to solve that problem. And I don't know the answer yet, so I'm looking for answers.
Yeah, and I hear you saying that particularly, why you're here and hoping that audience members of the conference can even, join in and help with some of their ideas and solutions too. Other than the Google document, the community space here, is there a place where you'd like audience members of the conference to kind of help think on these things or give suggestions or have conversations around that?
I'm just typing the best email address if people want to do that. But Adam just asked a great question. What would it look like to redesign the candidate survey so that it feels more like the listening tour? I think that is the question. And I, excuse me, I think that these school board members that I was interviewing 12 to 18 months ago, I mean, we were very serious about our guarantee of confidentiality. And you're not going to get right down into the weeds with people. I mean, it felt like a therapy office for both me and the person I was talking to. So that is the bridge that I'm worried about, how we can cross that, because as soon as you take away the guarantee of confidentiality, then the candidate, naturally enough, just like anybody that you go out to interview, they put on their armor, right? I mean, that would be the natural thing to do. And they're editing in their head. They're like, I don't want to say anything that sounds stupid, so I'm going to edit myself. And then they sound robotic. But that is what I think, Adam, is the great question. And we're going to be doing some design work on that. But I don't know if we'll be able to solve that problem.
Yeah, and then sort of beyond, I guess, the solutions, the ones that you have found a solution to, it sounds like these listening tours were very successful. And as I'm hearing you talk about it, it's really interesting. For me, it's the first time I'm hearing someone who's almost gone one step upstream. We do these listening sessions sometimes with community members, with readers and audiences, but you don't necessarily think to then go maybe one step before that to the people that we're interviewing. Could you give us an idea of what it looks like? Like, what does the survey for the candidate look like, or what do these interviews sound like?
Sure. One of the reasons that the listening tour isn't a complete departure from the survey is that when we first designed and started doing surveys in 2018, we thought, well, we're not going to do a gotcha survey. We're just going to ask questions that might motivate the person to open up their kimono and share something about themselves. And they do. The local candidates who fill out the survey, if you read these local surveys, you're like, okay, gotcha. I see where you're coming from. whether they're coming from a place that you don't like or whether you like it. 99% of the surveys that we receive from local candidates are very disclosing and heartfelt. And that is because we just ask questions. Sorry, these sound like dumb questions. If you're a journalist, you're like, those are dumb questions, Leslie. But they're questions like, what was your favorite book when you were a teenager? So some people might say Catcher in the Rye. Other people might say The Fountainhead, right? So if you're a reader, you're like, okay. But our candidates who fill out the survey are happy to disclose. They're not being managed by a campaign manager. But then again, we're not getting the numbers, 10 to 15% are filling it out, that we would like to get on behalf of our readers. And I think that the strange and quixotic position we find ourselves in is, if you're a journalist, you sort of tend to think that politicians are the enemy.
Yeah.
They are an object to be studied, squeezed, figured out, dealt with, liars, people who cause all the problems. We have to skulk around and do that, and we're wanting to get beyond that.
Yeah, exactly. You definitely view them or maybe they view us as reporters also as trying to get those gotcha questions. Some of them may be media trained, they're giving us pat answers. Do you think this idea, we've got a question around that our readers want those types of stories? Is
Massively.
it really that?
Our readers love this so much, you can't even imagine how much they love it. I mean, if you think about it, right? If you're a reader and somebody comes to Ballot we get a very large amount of traffic every year, and it spikes massively up in the 6 weeks before an election, which has always been really an encouraging thing for me. I'm like, wow, people really do want the information if you can curate it and put it out there. There are a lot of people out there who are studious, but then we didn't have anything for them about school board, city council, or whatever. If we can find it, especially for races that aren't like the New York City mayoral race where there isn't information, they love it, love it, love it. We've never done a focus group or anything to test that. It's very self-evident to us from the emails that we get, what people say on X, just all that. They love it.
Yeah, related to that kind of feedback, I know you mentioned you haven't done a focus group, but there is a question. We're curious to know what sort of feedback you do get from the Ballotpedia audience, or maybe kind of a secondary question to that. How are you growing your audience?
Well, this really sounds like a dumb thing to say. We are not focused on growing our audience because we just have a really big audience before elections. We are focused on deepening our engagement with our audience, which I think many journalists are in the age of AI. The way to be successful there is to deepen your engagement with the people who just popped in and in and out. So we're focused on deepening our engagement, but really we think that finding information, developing information about the bottom of your ballot will just help people immeasurably. And I guess we're more interested in helping. And then if there's an audience for it, great. We think there will be an audience for it. But we're not focused on that. We're focused on helping people.
That's really interesting. I think we heard some of that idea echoed from Nellie, who was talking about you could go wide or you could go deep. And she was saying sometimes going deep, just deepening that engagement is more worthwhile.
Here's a good question. Do people want readers research from a neutral fact base, or do they want vivid, compelling stories? Well, we have always assumed that people who read Ballotpedia are going for the spinach, right? If you've ever read Ballotpedia, it's like eat your spinach. And they do like that, right? Why wouldn't they like that? They don't feel like they're being spun. It's just some facts, etc. However, it is also true that when any of our candidates say fun things or interesting or compelling things where you're like, you said that, in their surveys, our readers do find those particularly delightful, as who wouldn't.
Well, Leslie, I thank you so much for spending this afternoon with us and sharing all of these ideas with us. And I'm going to encourage the audience to please engage with Leslie through her email that she shared with us. Also, of course, there's that community space through the Google Doc, and let's try to help Leslie build on this amazing work that she's doing. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. It was great to be here. I really appreciate any help we get.
Hi everyone, welcome to our session. Today we'll be talking about how we use community engagement practices to report on a series of stories focusing on mental health in Asian American communities across Southern California. First, a quick round of introductions. My name is Fee. I'm a journalist currently based in London.
Hi, I'm Ada. I'm a journalist based in Southern California.
And hi, I'm Helen. I'm a journalist based between Taipei and San Francisco.
And the three of us worked together on this series while we were at the Los Angeles Times. And throughout this project, we published stories on how to talk about mental health with family and friends in different languages, as well as solution journalism pieces showing how communities have created spaces and services to address systemic gaps when it comes to seeking care. These stories have been cited amongst mental health and AAPI organizations and shared amongst therapists, social workers, researchers, and community members. And I believe part of the reason why they were so well received was because we engaged in community engagement reporting from the beginning. So today we're going to take you through how we did that. First, Ada will break down what community engagement is and the different shapes it can take. Then Helen and I will share how we use two types of engagement initiatives, listening sessions and event tabling, in some of the stories that we published. And then we'll close with how caretaking is involved in these engagement practices and how you can incorporate them in your own editorial processes. I do want to give a quick shout out to Agnes Constante. A lot of the engagement reporting we did was adapted from her reporting on mental health in the Filipino American community. We'll link to her series as well as her resources in our Google Doc if you also want to see how she and others have employed similar engagement strategies. Okay, Ada, take it away.
First, there's a lot of ways to do community engagement, so I wanted to explain what we mean by community engagement sessions and what we did for this project. So as journalists, we're always like engaging with the community, whether we're talking to people, attending events, or getting feedback. But usually how it works is we're assigned a story and then we interview people, and then we have to kind of quickly write and publish our stories on our deadlines over and over again. And there's not really as much emphasis on or time to think about stuff like what would be helpful for the community in the long term, or how we can eventually get our reporting to the people who need it the most. For all of these Asian American mental health projects that we worked on, we were able to get outside funding from fellowships that prioritize community engagement. So that allowed us to convince our editors to carve out the time for us to do this kind of work. So before we did any interviews at all, we had multiple listening sessions that were completely off the record. We wanted to talk honestly to community leaders and community members without them having to worry about being quoted about everything they were saying. This really helped us understand what kind of work was already being done in the community and how we as journalists could use our skills to contribute to this common goal. So there are many different types of journalism, and sometimes you are trying to break news, or you might have like a tenser relationship with your sources because you're investigating something or holding people in power accountable. But for a topic like Asian American mental health, it made sense to us to step back and build the trust with the experts and take some time to really think about a strategy before we dove into the reporting. First, mental health can be a sensitive topic, especially in our communities, because there's a lot of stigma around it. And there's also often a lot of distrust or just lack of understanding of what it means to talk to a journalist. So when we decided to do these listening sessions or focus groups, we did think a lot about questions like, who do we want to talk to? How do we want to reach them? What are our conversation guidelines? Like, how can we create a safe space for these conversations? And then stuff like, do we compensate them for their time? And the fun thing about these community engagement sessions is that it ends up being different each time because each community is different, each need is different. Like, you have different missions for each of these stories. To give you a more concrete example of what we did, Helen will talk about our Mandarin language project, which was a bilingual toolkit for first and second generation immigrant families to start conversations about mental health.
Thanks, Ada. So, yeah, the Mandarin Chinese mental health guide, as we all called it internally, is one we started off as our first main project in these community engagement sessions because in Southern California, it was one of the largest language groups that is being used and spoken. And so we wanted to reach a broader audience first with our first test project. For our listening sessions, we decided to think about who did we want to talk to, who would be most informative. We focused on recruiting for these listening sessions, quote unquote, clinicians, everyday community leaders from nonprofits, and a mix of age groups, of course, from young to older, and hopefully a mixture of first generation immigrants who have been in the United States for a bit and second generation folks who maybe have run into challenges communicating about mental health with their parents. We found these people in our listening sessions through call outs through the Los Angeles Times, sending out emails to partner organizations to ask if they had anyone in mind. We asked peers of peers. We also posted on some Facebook groups, and we tried to limit our listening sessions to 4 to 6 people per time, facilitated by one journalist. This way, people could bounce off ideas and could fully speak so that they weren't talking over each other. And usually in journalism, we tend to, when we're talking to a source or talking to different people, we don't have any sort of exchanges or of any items or money because that would be considered a bribe. But in this case, through more community-centered journalism, we are working with the community to co-create something that is useful for them. And in this case, we decided to give our participants $15 Amazon gift cards because we're asking for their time to help brainstorm together. And this is something that you should talk to your editor about. It may not be conventional, but that's something we thought was really important to compensate for our engagement sessions and people's time and the process of creating with the community. Ultimately, we decided for our Mandarin Chinese guide, the goal was to brainstorm. We found that the biggest challenge in communities was linguistically, people not being able to communicate across generations about mental health. And so in this case, our goal was to focus on brainstorming where these points of tension are when people talk to their families or friends, and then also maybe words that would emerge that are important as bridges to talk about these challenging topics. And so we had 2 Zoom engagement sessions, including from, as we said earlier, different walks of life, different community members. And during our engagement sessions, we would ask participants, what are the points of tension when you're trying to talk about mental health within your community? Maybe you do use Mandarin Chinese. And in those points of tension, are there any words that come up that you hear your parents or your grandparents say, or maybe that you say often? And then we would group those words by themes afterwards, after we would look at the transcripts. Some of the themes that came up included saving face. That's like a big part of the Chinese community. There's body image challenges, depression, stress, and talking about queerness with family members. And ultimately, we selected a couple of words, if you look at our guide, which we'll have linked, that were both words that came up in people's conversations, but also words that might be useful for people in the future when they're trying to talk about mental health and take our journalism and apply it to their daily lives. And when we created the published piece, something cool that we got to incorporate was, a pronunciation guide, in case people want to use it as a language learning opportunity. And ultimately, it was a pretty personal piece to me. I think I wrote an introduction in it. And it was also important in our Mandarin Chinese guide to have to create something that is used by the community and to have facilitators that could kind of bring that out when we're doing our engagement listening sessions. And we also, as journalists, have to recognize our limitations. So we kind of set, because when we're thinking about the Mandarin Chinese speaking community or the Chinese speaking community in Southern California, that could range from Cantonese to Mandarin Chinese, a whole spectrum. And so I knew my limitations, that I could only speak Mandarin Chinese. And so I come from that standpoint of when I'm facilitating the listening sessions, some people might be fluent in the language, some people may not be. And trying to bridge those gaps when, someone says a word, and if you're in the listening session, seeing if people bounce off of the same words, having to explain those words, and to jog people's memories. Maybe they bring back a specific memory. So I think if you do community listening sessions and community engagement sessions in your reporting process, it's important that the reporter acknowledge that their limitations, but also what they can bring to the table and helping bridge conversations. And ultimately, for us in the Mandarin Chinese Guide, the goal was to create a series of words that people could use that come up in their lives and they could learn and use in the future. And we defined our audience as people using these words. And so we couldn't satisfy everyone's, solve all mental health challenges. But we ultimately decided we're going to focus on Mandarin Chinese as the dialect. We're going to focus on maybe second generation applying those concepts in their families, and words as something that helps bridge gaps between generations, and they could use to propel the conversation forward.
So, building off the success of the Mandarin Chinese Guide, we wanted to do something similar for the Vietnamese community because that's the community I'm a part of. And I'm not going to go into too much detail because the guides share similar reporting processes, but I did want to highlight what made these listening sessions so successful. The first was that we were deliberate in recruiting participants. Our listening sessions were 1.5 hours long, and like Helen mentioned, limited to only 4 to 6 people. So you do have to really think about who you need to hear from, as well as who would benefit from being in the room. We had a call-out form where we asked people to share why they wanted to participate in the listening session and what experiences they had with this topic. And instead of just blasting it wildly on social media platforms, we reached out to specific organizations and people who we knew were active in mental health and Asian American spaces. Second was that conversations were a two-way street. I know typically as reporters, our job isn't to insert ourselves into the story because we're not the expert, but for these guides, the 3 of us have lived experiences with this topic, and so sharing a bit of that went a long way to establishing trust. For one, once we explained why this topic was personally meaningful to us, many sources were eager to participate because they knew that these guides would be created for the community by the community. And second, since this is a really sensitive topic to discuss, being able to participate in that vulnerability made it so that we're not just asking questions to find a specific quote, we're able to discuss different insights by building off each other's responses. And finally, we let the community shape the direction of these guides. In the Mandarin Chinese story, for example, we shared initial designs that included etymology history behind certain words, but the feedback we received was, while it was cool to learn about, it wasn't as useful as understanding why certain words carried specific connotations or learning new terms that could be useful in mental health conversations. And in the Vietnamese guide, there were moments where the conversation during the listening session veered off from talking about language to discussing the history of the Vietnam War. So in the published piece, I ended up doing a longer than normal introduction discussing how the war and refugee resettlement shaped how many people in the Vietnamese American community think about mental health, as well as how that impacts how we talk about it today. And so these listening sessions were helpful not only in gathering insights for our guides, but also in shaping their final look and direction. The last project I want to share is this series about mental health in the Thai community in Los Angeles. Reporting on this topic with the Thai community is especially challenging because LA's Thai diaspora is smaller compared to other Asian American communities, and Thai people are often coded under broader categories like other Asian in census surveys, which makes their needs harder to track. This was why community engagement reporting was so key for the series to connect with local organizations doing the work of tracking their community's needs and ensuring that they were visible in local healthcare systems. As part of my reporting, I tabled at the Wat Thai Los Angeles Temple in North Hollywood, where I got to meet with community members and ask them about their needs and understand ways to improve access to mental health care services. If anyone is itching to do something similar, here are some things that really helps me put this together. The first is to identify community leaders to collaborate with. These are people who are already active in these spaces and can help connect you to community members to talk to. One of my main sources, Wanda, pictured in the middle here, is a psychiatric social worker who frequently collaborates with local organizations serving the Thai community. And before I tabled, I spent a lot of time with Wanda, who very kindly took me around to different events to introduce me to different community leaders. And so when I finally set up a table at the temple, it was a very welcoming space because people would recognize me from previous interactions. Publicize different ways people can connect with you. During tabling, I had questionnaires for people to fill out, but I also printed postcards with my contact information and a QR code linking to the Google Form version of the questionnaire. We also had an interactive poster where we asked people to write down how they coped with stress and mental health. Essentially, we were just trying to offer people choices on how they'd like to connect. They could fill out a form, they could chat with me in person while I was tabling, or if they prefer to have a conversation in a more private setting, they could reach out to my email or phone number. And lastly, find ways to meet the community where they are. A recurring concern I kept hearing, especially from people who don't have much access to the internet or those with limited English proficiency, was how to keep up with the latest health information and services. And they told me that they were very happy to see us come to where the community already gathers so they could tell us directly what they'd like our reporting to answer for them. So identify common gathering spaces, whether that's a temple or local coffee shop, where you can hear directly from the community what their needs are. So we want to close out by highlighting ways these engagement practices can incorporate caretaking and how you can use them throughout your reporting process. The first is to explain your reporting process. Because many folks have not interacted with a reporter before, it's helpful to explain things like what off the record means or what it may look like to have their quotes published. Of course, this is something you'd need to talk through with your editor, but given that people are being vulnerable and sharing really sensitive stories, being transparent about the reporting process was one way we could ensure that we're not causing further harm when asking people to recount their experiences. The second is to offer different avenues for participation. During our listening sessions, we had a virtual whiteboard, so if participants didn't feel like speaking, they could still write down answers to the questions and contribute to the conversation in that way. And if you're doing callouts, offer different ways people can connect with you. Beyond sharing your email and phone number, maybe share events where you'll be tabling out for people to find you. Essentially, having different options gives people choices on how to engage with this topic at a level that's most comfortable for them. And finally, follow up. Definitely share the reporting with sources once it's published. Following up can also mean doing panels with organizations you've spoken with. Maybe you can also return to the spaces you've tabled at to show the community members you've spoken to there what you've built together. It's one of the many meaningful things you can do to affirm with your sources that what they shared with you didn't just disappear into the void. It's now part of a published resource that they and the rest of the community can now use.
I know that a community listening session, community engagement session can sound really amorphous, and this is just the way that we have used them in our reporting. But ultimately, what a community engagement session means is you're working with the community to develop reporting that is going to be useful for them when it comes out. So in our case, we know that mental health is a challenge among the Asian American community. How can we create something that is derived from their stories, but also moving forward, they can apply to their lives and use our reporting as a guide to hopefully break some of those tensions. You can see community engagement applied in many other types of stories in your beats, whether it's about like metro or like policing or about climate change. Creating reporting that is driven by the community and for the community is really what the goal of what we do is. So.
Helen mentioned how you can use community engagement for many different topics. And I wanted to also mention that one of my other projects at the LA Times was a guide to Hollywood careers, helping people navigate a confusing and often brutal industry. And we did community engagement sessions for that too. And we ended up getting an opportunity to expand that into a book, which is called Breaking into New Hollywood. And I really do think it was because we had taken that time to do the community engagement sessions and really understand what people needed. And bringing it back to caretaking, which is the theme of this conference, I do think of this community engagement work kind of like holding people's hands and giving them information so they can feel empowered to address their challenges.
Thanks so much for listening. The three of us are unfortunately spread across 3 different time zones, so we can't be here for a live Q&A, but there is space on our Google Doc if anyone would like to ask us any questions. We'll be checking it intermittently and we'll try to respond to you in a timely manner. And thanks again, and hope y'all enjoy the rest of Engage 2026.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Emily Hope Dopkin, and I am with PBS News Student Reporting Labs, also known as SRL, and I'm pretty stoked to be chatting with you all about teaching reporting with care. So how a community of journalism educators encourage care in high school journalism and local reporting. So I first just wanted to kick off by sharing a video about what SRL is all about. So if my friends at Engage can press play, that'd be amazing.
I love the student reporting labs, love them. My favorite place on earth.
PBS News Student Reporting Labs, or SRL for short, is a hands-on youth journalism training program.
You really just get to learn what chasing a real story is like.
We connect young people to real-world experiences and educators to resources and community.
It's not every day you have a news giant like PBS offer a program to students before they have even reached college.
SRL students have produced thousands of news stories. More than 140 have been broadcast on the PBS NewsHour, which reaches nearly 2 million viewers every night.
Kate Nakamura from our Student Reporting Labs has that story.
Plus, many more have aired on local PBS stations. Since 2009, SRL has worked with tens of thousands of teachers and students. We offer free online resources, like our digital learning platform, Storymaker, which has timely prompts and assignments connected to current events, plus one-on-one mentorship and in-person trainings, like our annual workshop for teachers and summer academy for students.
For the first time, I was in a room full of people that thought like me, and I didn't feel like the weird one for once.
Our mission is to be the premier youth journalism training program in the US, and we envision a world in which young people's voices are heard and valued.
And the mentorship that I received through that program is honestly what's kept me going. This industry is crazy, but when you have that right means of community around you, that makes all the difference.
Make sure you drop a like, make sure you follow. Let's go.
Let's go, he said. So we're going to keep going. And again, I'm Emily Hope Dopkin. I'm SRL's Senior Manager of Community Engagement. And Student Reporting Labs, in a nutshell, is a national hands-on student journalism training program for young people and their educators. We primarily work with high school students, but we do have a handful of middle school students, college students, and even some elementary school educators that use our resources as well. We're primarily working with video and audio journalism, and we're free and open to all. I would say our something we really firmly believe in is that some of the best stories are told by students. And we really equip our students and their educators with the skills to report stories in their very own communities across the country. And we support them through the entire process. So from pitch to production, we are there to support students and educators. The primary entry point is through our free learning platform called Storymaker. And you can go to story.maker.org or scan that little QR code. But Storymaker is chock full of so many resources from lessons, projects, curriculum sequences, toolkits. It's really your one-stop shop for learning about journalism. We offer everything from really foundational lessons in that are really core to learning about good journalism. And but that said, we also offer more topical, timely prompts that are responding to the news cycle. But beyond the curriculum, we really value and honor community because we know community matters as much as the curriculum. And when it comes to our educators in particular, we really know that connection and support matters just as much as any resource that we could provide them. So bringing it back and thinking about the big picture here, we often think about journalism as caring for communities through storytelling. So at SRL, we've been asking a related question, which is, what does it look like to care for the people teaching the next generation of storytellers? So because if journalism is a public service, then supporting journalism educators is also a form of public service. The last few years in particular, we've been thinking about caring for our educators through two different initiatives. One was launching the SRL Community Commons, which is our virtual hub for educators to ask questions, share resources, tools, tips, you name it. It happens over there, and I'm going to dive a lot more deeper into that in a second. And also launching the SRL Ambassador Program, which both of these are initiatives that really create peer relationships so educators don't have to figure everything out alone, because something huge that I hear over and over again is how teachers who are teaching this work are the only teachers in their schools, in their buildings, in their programs doing it. So they feel very alone on their own islands, very isolated. So we really want to reduce that sense of isolation and bring that really stronger sense of connection. And CARE is creating conditions to thrive. So instead of just delivering curriculum and resources and content, we could be doing that all day, but we're really cultivating belonging, confidence, and professional growth. So this is just a snapshot of what the SRL Community Commons looks like. It's really fun. It's a great place to be. There we're sharing everything from just some basic announcements. People are saying hello. We have, an events and calendar section in there, but we're also creating spaces for people to share their weekly wins. We have a general discussion hub where people, again, are posting questions or sharing resources. And then we have a channel where people are also sharing student work and a lot of works in progress, which is really, really awesome. I'm sorry that it looks like some of my graphics aren't coming up here, but all good. So here in the Community Commons, I want to really emphasize that, yes, we want people to be sharing, the tools they've discovered and challenges they're working through. But for that resource sharing to happen, I learned very early on that we have to create a space where people feel really comfortable to participate. And to feel comfortable to participate, we really needed to make things really simple and accessible and really like a low entry point to enter. So very early on, I created this weekly ritual called the SRL Sip Card Challenge. And this is where every Monday I ask a really simple question or prompt, and I give the educators till Thursday to respond. And I'll share some of them in a second, some of my favorite ones. And then at the end of the week, we use a picker wheel to just randomly pick one person to give them a $10, what I call it, a sip card, which is it's basically like coffee on us. Coffee, smoothie, boba tea, whatever. You can use your sip card however you like. But it's just a way to really just celebrate people participating, but not only participating, but it's allowing us to get to know our community through these like really, really simple questions. And I'll go ahead and show you a few of my favorites. So this was actually at the end of the school year last year. The prompt was just like show a throwback photo from your own graduation, because we were like in the thick of graduation season. And so we had like, I think 30 to 40 educators sharing some really great epic throwback photos. And I think for this one, since it was the end of the year, we ended up giving everyone a sip card because everyone deserved a coffee or a smoothie at the end of the year. But a more simple one, probably the most simple one we ever asked, was just like, what's one random object on your desk right now? And we got everything from Dubai chocolate to, I really want this teacher, Jody, she has a 30-second dance party button on her desk. And I personally I feel like really benefit from that. But people, again, we're just sharing different random miscellany on their desk. And I think we had like 46 people participate in that one. So again, really simple, accessible, low entry point to just participation is something that I learned very early on, gets people comfortable, because before we can really ask people to share their expertise or ask questions, we really learned that it's important to get them feeling comfortable and a sense of belonging. This was actually from our end of the year survey. Someone just randomly shared that they were so happy to find the Community Commons and that there are so many topics that they screenshot, that they go back to read all the threads that they miss. which was really nice to know, because sometimes when you post something in there, sometimes every once in a while it feels like you might be like speaking into the void, but knowing that, especially when it comes to building a digital community, it's okay to have lurkers. Like this next a screenshot, this person says like, I mostly lurk, but I have found the conversations really helpful, and I have also felt less siloed and less alone. Thank you. So I think, again, when it comes to building a digital community, creating a space where people can observe and screenshot things and take it back to their classroom really counts as participation as well. So connecting back to this theme of care, which I really, really love, when it comes to care in the community commons, it's peer-led and peer-driven. So the commons is really evolving from a resource hub into a place where educators can think out loud together. It's really, I feel like the community there has really co-created this sense of sharing. They really normalized sharing works in progress, and educators are not just sharing lesson plans, but encouragement, perspective, and lived experiences. And I think the collective wisdom becomes more valuable than any single resource we could share on Storymaker. So it's been really amazing. There's been some really beautiful, vulnerable moments in there. Again, people just sharing perspective, cheering each other on. It's been really beautiful to see it evolve. And now I'm really excited to shift gears and tell you about the SRL Teacher Ambassador. So this is an initiative we just launched a year ago. We did a pilot program last fall into spring, and this is our first school year launching our first official cohort of Ambassador Fellows. So the SRL Ambassadors are teachers that are really experienced using SRL resources and are really implementing them beyond their classroom and into their local communities. So mentoring people, other educators in their community, presenting at district PDs or local conferences, or maybe statewide conferences, doing a lot of outreach just within their own locations, their own regions. But also they are committed to really being providing support virtually in the community commons as well. So this is our current cohort. We just did an in-person training in July. So we have 15 educators from across the country. The dream is to ultimately have an ambassador in every state, but you got to start small, So it was really amazing, this training that we did back in July, because it wasn't just this hands-on training, teaching them how to use our equipment and implementing curriculum. We were really intentional about having pockets of time for everyone to not only get to know each other, but learn how they can support each other. And I know like none of these educators knew each other before they were all in the same room together, but I already know that there are some educators that are teaming up to apply to go to conferences and present together and collaborating in different ways. So that's been pretty amazing to see that unfold. I wanted to share just some direct words from the ambassadors themselves after completing that training. This is from Morgan. She said, "More than anything, being an SRL ambassador is reminding me how powerful it is to be part of a community. These connections we built around the table over meals and in between sessions were just as valuable as the training itself. I walked away not only with new ideas for my classroom, but with a network of colleagues I know I can learn from long after the training ended." And like I said, I'm already seeing these collaborations and networking happening beyond the training, which has been amazing. And then our friend Philip shared, being with other teachers who share the same desire and mission to help students have a voice is powerful. You can see that we all carry this feeling in our hearts and want to find a way to make it happen. I've been making connections I didn't see coming. Everyone genuinely cares and wants to be an ambassador, and inspires me to work harder than I've ever have to make something special happen for my students and the community I serve, which is pretty powerful, especially coming from Philip. He's, I think, been an educator for almost 30 years now. So it was really, really amazing to hear these words from him. Again, connecting it back to this theme of care, we really don't see ambassadors as brand representatives. They are truly community connectors. The program really invests in educators as whole people, not just implementers of curriculum, as I mentioned. These educators become mentors. So part of being an ambassador is all these ambassadors have an outreach plan that they're working on. They have a mentee within their own community that they are working with out throughout the year. And we are meeting bi-monthly virtually with our ambassadors and are constantly asking them questions. We really, again, see them as thought partners and advocates for one another, but also for us at SRL to keep improving and learning how we can make things better. Leadership is distributed rather than centralized, and the program creates pathways for educators to really shape the future of SRL. Again, like we have these bi-monthly meetings, and we, last year in this pilot program, it was really like a lot of our meetings was really just asking questions and learning how we could just co-create this program together. I think looking at how we lead with care holistically with educators at SRL, we listen before we build. As I just mentioned, we spend a lot of time having those meetings. I do a lot of one-on-one meetings. This whole week has mostly been one-on-one meetings with me meeting with our ambassadors and going over their outreach plan and their strategy for moving forward before they really get into the thick of the school year. We design with educators, not for educators. So again, we really believe in co-creation and co-creating all of our curriculum and a lot of what we offer resource-wise with for our educators. So we make space for uncertainty, experimentation, and failure, and not just success stories. We really you'll see join the community, a lot of people sharing things aren't working or challenges that they're working through, and that's really important too. I think it's sometimes even more important than like the weekly wins. And we really value relationship building. So just as much as the content delivery, we really truly value building relationships with ambassadors and educators. I always tell people, I think one of the best parts of SRL is simply the community that comes with it. And I truly wholeheartedly mean that. I think what we've learned as staff from our working with these amazing educators is that connection before contribution. So teachers are much more likely to share resources and contribute when they feel like they belong. And this is particularly like with our digital community, the SRL Community Commons. As I mentioned, we got to create those low pressure, simple, accessible ways for people to show up and connect. It's also just, like I said, it just makes it more fun. Navigational support. So teachers don't just need resources, they need help figuring out how to implement it. I can't tell you how many times, and again, I hear how teachers want to learn they want to see how other teachers are adapting the Storymaker lessons. I always say Storymaker, it's like it's a great resource library full of so many things, so many lessons, prompts, challenges, projects, but it's very much like choose your own adventure, and that can be really overwhelming. So having that peer guidance makes that huge library feel very usable. And really looking, as I said, as teachers as experts, so that community truly gets stronger when we treat our educators as experts, as thought partners, as co-creators who solve problems and design solutions, really allowing us to learn from them and not just support them. And then as I was just, reflecting deeper on this, this theme of care, people don't build community because they have resources. They share resources because they feel a part of a community. And also when thinking about care, specifically with SRL, it's truly the foundation. It's not just this extra fluffy layer on top of journalism education. It's really what allows great teaching, meaningful storytelling, and lasting communities to take root and grow. And I think bringing it back to the big picture, if we really want the next generation of journalists to practice journalism differently, and when I say differently, I mean to really listen more deeply, to build relationships, to really create trust. That should be trust, not trust. And to see communities as partners rather than subjects. And we really need to model the same care for educators teaching them. So the care we give to teachers becomes the care they model for students, and ultimately shapes how those students show up in the communities they serve. So it goes back to, the ripple effect. That is pretty much all I have for this afternoon. I'd love to stay in touch, and I know we're going to shift over to the Q&A now, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Emily. That was really great to hear that kind of more teachers side of it, the journalism educators support side. I know yesterday we heard from Becky more of like the student side. So great to hear this sort of flip side of the coin here and how you're supporting that through the student labs. And we do have some questions that have come in.
Cool.
One of the things that, well, at least that it had certainly me thinking about, and some others have commented on this idea of that it's okay to have lurkers. For teachers who mostly lurk, what actually moved them from screenshots to posting? Like, or kind of to reframe this, do you have to view lurking as enough?
I mean, I think it depends. So the first part of the question is, how did we move them from lurking to like participants?
Yeah.
I would say, honestly, doing that SRL zip card challenge and had like people just felt comfortable because a lot of those prompts are just really easy and, like I said, lighthearted and fun. And I think people started seeing other people sharing really simple things like their Dubai chocolate and their dance party buttons and things like that. So I think, again, creating that space for people to simply just feel comfortable and just seeing that it's fun and it's not this like super formal, rigid space, move people out of that lurker zone, I guess. But it's also okay. I think that's something huge that I learned in creating the SRL Community Commons, that there's a very high percentage of participants that are simply lurkers when it comes to digital communities. And that was like a new concept for me, because we built this using the Circle platform. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that, but it's through Circle. So Circle offers these like quarterly virtual events. And so there was one on community building, and I learned in one of those sessions that like it's totally okay to have lurkers, and how, especially after seeing in our surveys, like someone, people saying like, I'm just lurking and I'm just screenshotting. I was like, okay, great. Like, that's really nice to know. So I think it's just getting comfortable. I think that's part of just like virtual digital spaces. I know it sounds kind of weird because you just, as a community engager, you want that participation, but I think just coming to a state of okayness is, it works,
Yeah. I've even, for me hearing this, I also think of, for journalists who, as they interview people, or whether you're doing those listening sessions, engaging with people, there's always that little bit of apprehension at first, whether, again, it's an online community or whether it's in person. And like you were saying, having these kind of, not asking too much of people at first, but how that can really help reduce that apprehension.
Right.
So I think even like for those of us who are doing in-person work, whether again that's interviewing or listening sessions, you can still learn from that idea of finding something small to start with that helps reduce that apprehension.
Yeah.
There's also a question around, as you're saying, these ideas of like the SIP card prompt. How do you decide when something is low enough to build belonging versus maybe when it's time to ask, for something that will require a little bit more, like a work in progress or a classroom challenge?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I try and balance it like as we're so we like took a break from the SIP card challenge over the summer. And so I'm going to be starting it up again. And so, I mean, I just have a whole list. Me and my colleagues kind of brainstormed, and with ambassadors from that pilot group, I basically have this living doc of just totally random, wacky questions and prompts. And I basically try and balance it out. Like, I'm going to start with some pretty like low entry, simple things as we're starting the school year. I think sometimes it's like seasonal, like if it's around the holidays, sometimes it's as simple as like, what are you looking forward for winter break? So I think kind of pairing it with like seasonal things, but then, I mean, also just being like really attuned to what's happening in the world. I think, we had some educators reporting on the ice raids last year. And so there was a moment where I was like, okay, we have to like address this. So I think it's just having like a balance of being, like I said, lighthearted and seasonal, but also making space for those to, responding to things that are really affecting the teachers. And yeah, you'll see there might've been less participation, but the participation that happened in some of the more vulnerable things is really moments, I would say, was really, really meaningful. So I think just being able to really look at it intentionally and making sure there is a balance between all of those those options and topics.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, it also to me has got parallels to journalists, this idea that teachers have got enough on their plate. Like obviously they need support, teachers generally, journalism educators in this case more specifically. So how do you support ambassadors so that mentoring other teachers is sustainable and it doesn't add something else to their plate?
Yeah, another great question. So this is actually going to be the first year that we're formally pairing educators with like having them have a mentee. So we spent a lot of time in our training over the summer. I feel like creating a runway for the school year. So it's like plug and play. So we created like expectations, and they were to reach out to their mentee over the summer and basically have 30-minute chats with them monthly. So I'm so aware that these teachers have a million things on their plates. And we also did interview all these ambassadors. And that is something that I think we asked all of them, was just like being really upfront that this is going to be a little bit of extra work for you, but we're also really aware of everything that's on your plate. So we just want to make sure that you have time to have a 30-minute chat with a mentee, and everyone who, jumped on board, super motivated and wanting to play this role. But I think it is something that I'm very sensitive to. And it's also something that there's going to be, like, one of our teachers is retired, so she has more time. So, and then there's others that are doing like a million different things. So I think there's a range, like the mentorship is going to range. Like some people are going to have some people said, like, can I have 5 mentees because I'm doing this program, they're doing some other program and it just like aligns. And I was like, sure, if it aligns, but again, I'm always like, I don't want you to over commit. Just know you just need to have one mentee. So I can keep you all posted on that, but I'm very aware of time is limited.
Yeah. Well, and that's showing that care for teachers. And so there's a question curious around this care for teachers ideally ripples through to how students care for communities and treat communities more as partners. Do you see that in the stories that come out, like in the student stories, that care flow shows through?
1,000%. Yeah. Like I'm just thinking about some of our, our student stories that have, made it to PBS NewsHour, and it's many times it's because they have a really amazing teacher who has taken the time to really train these students, touch base with us, and really have put a lot of intentionality behind their work and what they're teaching those students. So yeah, I do. I'm just looking at this question. So what would you look for in a student story that shows that care flow? I think we have, we have this lesson called The Art of the Interview. And so I think we spend a lot of time with our students really before they go into the interview, really thinking about that person they're going to be interviewing and perspective and where they're coming from and the deep feelings that they're going through. So yeah, I would say we have some resources that really connect, I think, with students going into interviews in particular.
Yeah. There's also a question from Tyler. So you talked about designing with educators and with them, not for them, and treating ambassadors as thought partners instead of like brand reps.
Yeah.
So Tyler was saying that they often find they have to retrain some people that they work with because they've been trained in a top-down or kind of order-taking model. So how have you helped people shift into that kind of ownership mindset without just telling them to take more initiative?
I think, so let me just reread this question. So yeah, you've been finding that you've been retraining some people. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so I think when it comes to, I talk a lot about co-creation and how we're and especially last year with like the pilot season of the ambassador program, I was very open and transparent that we're building this plane as we fly it, and that we really needed to look at this as we're co-creating this program together. I mean, I don't know if we got lucky with who we had in that. I guess I didn't feel like I had to necessarily retrain any of our teachers on with that mindset, because a lot of those teachers had been with us for a few years now, and I think we're used to how we run things at SRL. But I think that I'm going fast forward to like our teacher or our ambassador training from this past summer. I think I always emphasize that they're the experts, that they know more than I do, because they're the ones that are doing this work in the classroom. And so I think another thing is I always look at, especially with this incoming cohort, that everyone's coming from very different experiences and very different backgrounds. And I'm always looking at like all the different like strengths and needs and assets that everybody's bringing to the table. And if there's someone, like we did have some ambassadors leads, like someone who knew way more on like the mentorship piece, like she's done a lot of mentorship. So we had her do the mentorship workshop, and it was amazing. It was way better than I could have ever presented on. So I think just me being able to, I believe in like space making and really opening up space for other people to take the floor. So anytime I saw an opportunity for one of our teachers to lead something, I gave it to them. And we wanted, as we keep building this program out, we were talking as a staff, I was like, I want more of our educators to be leading things, because they also just bring an energy to it that is just way more stronger than I think any of our staff could really bring to it.
Yeah, I think what we're hearing echoed throughout a few of the sessions is this idea of showing care is shifting identity away from, in this case, you're a teacher. In Nellie's presentation, it was about you're a problem or you're an addict, to you're an expert. And just that simple shift seems to really show a lot of care. Well, we'll have to leave it there, Emily, but this has really been fantastic. And there's lots of great resources that Emily's put in her community document. So I encourage everyone to please check those out there. Emily, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And feel free to reach out. My email's in there, and would love to continue connecting with you all. So thank you so much. Take care.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, je m'appelle Louis Van Ginneken, je suis journaliste pour le média belge Médor et je suis aussi chargé de participation. Donc peut-être rapidement, avant de commencer cette présentation de notre approche de la participation, je vais peut-être rappeler ce qu'est Médor pour les personnes qui ne nous connaissent pas. Donc, Médor est un magazine belge qui existe depuis un peu plus de 10 ans, spécialisé dans les enquêtes de temps long et le récit. On est un média qui est indépendant, c'est-à-dire qu'on est adossé à aucune structure associative, publique, ou à aucun groupe de presse. On est constitué en coopérative. C'est ça justement qui nous permet de mener nos enquêtes dans toute indépendance, justement. C'est cette structure d'entreprise qui est assez unique en Belgique. Et je pense voilà, pour vous donner un peu plus de précision sur l'identité de Médor, ce sont des articles longs généralement, d'une dizaine de pages, et qui sont faits dans un esprit très artisanal, quasiment DIY, un esprit DIY, qu'on utilise des logiciels libres pour la mise en page, pour le site, pour ce genre de choses. La rédaction en chiffre est tournante. Voilà. Donc vous voyez, ça vous donne un peu quelques exemples de la façon très spéciale dont notre magazine fonctionne. Et donc une autre de ces spécificités, c'est justement la dimension participative du média qui existe chez nous depuis, qu'on a créé en 2019, plus ou moins. Et alors, donc, comment définir la participation chez Médor? Je dirais que c'est un dialogue qu'on crée avec les personnes qui vont pouvoir nous apporter de l'information ou en bénéficier. C'est une façon pour nous de prendre soin du lien, de la relation avec les personnes qui nous lisent ou qui ne nous lisent pas toujours, mais qui vont quand même pouvoir, comme je disais, bénéficier de l'information. Et c'est aussi partir du principe que les personnes qui nous lisent, qui suivent notre média, ne sont pas juste des consommateurs et consommatrices passifs de l'information, mais ils ont aussi des choses à nous apprendre, elles ont des expertises, soit via leur travail, mais aussi parfois via leurs expériences de vie. Et donc tout ça sont des informations, ce sont des connaissances qu'on va pouvoir mobiliser dans notre travail à nous de journalistes. Et donc quand on parle de participation chez Médor, c'est surtout mener des enquêtes participatives avec les gens, avec voilà. Donc qu'est-ce qu'on met en place de manière concrète pour créer ce journalisme participatif, cette participation chez Médor plutôt? Il y a 3 grandes approches, je dirais. La première, elle est un peu plus classique, c'est que sur notre site, il y a un onglet qui s'appelle J'ai une information pour Médor. Et là, chaque citoyen, citoyenne, peut nous alerter de sujets qu'ils connaissent très bien, qui sont pu constater dans leur quotidien, par exemple, et qui seraient hors de notre radar, ou qu'elle juge nécessaire à aborder. Donc, il y a énormément de sujets qu'on traite dans nos pages chaque trimestre, parce que j'ai oublié de préciser que Médor est un trimestriel, donc 220 pages. Donc, dans chacun de nos magazines trimestriels, il y a des sujets qu'on a traités parce qu'on a été alerté par des personnes, par des lecteurs, lectrices, des gens qui ont entendu parler de nous. Et donc, c'est également le cas de l'exemple dont je vais vous parler plus tard, qui est l'entrave au passage sur les chemins publics de Wallonie, donc la région francophone de Belgique. Et donc, ce sujet est revenu assez régulièrement dans ce formulaire de suggestion de sujet. La deuxième approche principale, c'est vraiment nos enquêtes participatives. Et donc, des investigations journalistiques qu'on mène en collaborant avec des citoyens, citoyennes, des experts, voilà, en ouvrant la méthode journalistique. Et donc, cette démarche, elle est taillée généralement sur mesure pour chaque enquête, pour obtenir une information qu'on n'obtiendrait pas d'une autre manière, ou qu'on n'obtiendrait pas comme une méthode journalistique classique, en tout cas. Et donc, pour ça, on n'utilise pas une recette toute faite. Il n'y a pas une méthode qu'on utilise à chaque fois pour chaque enquête participative. On essaie toujours de l'adapter parce qu'elle est guidée par 2 questions qui sont assez simples. C'est de quelle information avons-nous besoin et qui sont les personnes qui vont pouvoir nous aider qui vont pouvoir nous la donner ou nous aider à la récolter. Et donc, du coup, quel dispositif créer pour récolter cette information? Dans les dispositifs qu'on utilise, il y a quand même 3 grandes méthodes, on va dire, qui sont revenues à plusieurs reprises. La première, c'est le mur de témoignages. Donc, c'est une page sur laquelle s'alignent des témoignages déposés par des personnes par rapport à un sujet spécifique. Donc, par exemple, on a travaillé sur la question des violences ordinaires, des violences banalisées dans le cadre des mouvements de jeunesse belges dans le scoutisme. Où on a fait un mur de témoignages similaire pour des violences obstétricales subies par des femmes. On crée régulièrement et également des questionnaires qui généralement nous permettent de récolter des données chiffrées, par exemple les soins dentaires ou le coût des activités extrascolaires en Belgique. Et enfin, dernier outil qu'on utilise assez régulièrement, ce sont des cartes interactives qui nous permettent de, par exemple, visualiser à l'échelle du pays la consommation d'opioïdes ou, par exemple, de recenser des chemins entravés de manière volontaire ou non en Belgique. Donc, je vous parle de ce dernier exemple-là, de cette enquête qui s'appelle Sauvons les sentiers, qui est une de nos dernières publications participatives. Donc, là aussi, on a été alerté via le formulaire via les formulaires qu'on nous alertait de sujets. Et ça, en fait, on a été alerté à de très nombreuses reprises, voire depuis les débuts du magazine il y a 10 ans. Et donc, je crois qu'en la 15e émission, on s'est dit, bon, il y a manifestement un sujet, il y a manifestement des cas qui continuent à revenir dans des zones très éloignées les unes des autres dans notre pays. On s'est même fait tirer les oreilles une fois qu'on a commencé l'enquête par quelqu'un qui nous disait « Je vous ai alerté il y a 6 ans ». Donc, voilà. On s'est donc dit justement que vu qu'il y avait une récurrence de cas, c'était intéressant de pouvoir le rendre visible. Parce que ce sont un sujet qui pourrait être complètement anodin, en fait, qu'un sentier public dans une localité soit bloqué. Bon, en fait, pour les c'est qu'un problème de voisinage. Mais en fait, vu que ces problèmes reviennent très régulièrement, avec des typologies qui peuvent être assez similaires, la carte interactive nous permettait de rendre ça visible. Donc, on a mis en ligne une carte sur laquelle les gens pouvaient indiquer à côté de chez eux ou à certains endroits où ils avaient constaté des entraves et apporter des éléments de contexte. Par exemple, quel type d'entrave est-ce que c'est? Est-ce que c'est un barbelé? Est-ce que c'est un tas de purins qui a été déposé sur le passage? Est-ce que c'est un véhicule qui est bloqué? Est-ce que le chemin a été labouré par un agriculteur? Est-ce qu'il a été intégré à un jardin? Voilà. Donc, mettre des éléments d'information concrets et factuels, et éventuellement nous informer sur la situation plus large. Est-ce qu'il y a eu une mobilisation citoyenne pour le défendre? Est-ce que la commune, donc l'administration locale, a fait quelque chose pour lever l'entrave? Est-ce qu'il y a eu une réaction de la part des accapareurs? Est-ce que c'était volontaire ou non? Voilà. Est-ce qu'ils peuvent donner des éléments de contexte? Ça a été un mot sur un petit formulaire sur la carte interactive. Et après, donc, on est passé en revue, on vérifiait que l'information était correcte, ce qu'on pouvait vérifier. Par exemple, si une entrave était déclarée sur un chemin privé, c'est bien dans le droit des propriétaires de bloquer le passage sur leur propre terrain. Mais on vérifiait que c'était bien un chemin public. Si c'était le cas, on mettait le signalement en ligne. Sur la carte étaient consultables tous les signalements déposés par citoyens. Mais à côté de ces signalements, il y avait également des articles, des reportages qui étaient rédigés par notre équipe de journalistes. 6 journalistes, donc, les 5 rédacteurs en chef tournants du média, et moi, donc le journaliste est chargé de participation. À 6, on s'est réparti le territoire et on a fait des reportages au départ de signalements reçus sur la carte ou de signalements reçus via l'adresse mail. Parce que donc, c'était aussi une possibilité qu'on offrait aux gens, c'est de nous contacter par mail pour c'est peut-être pas forcément d'obstacles à mettre en valeur, mais pouvaient nous informer sur une situation plus large, des experts du sujet, travailler dans une administration locale, voilà. Donc à partir de ces deux sources d'information, on a vraiment pu explorer le territoire et aller sur le terrain pour essayer d'expliquer la situation dans sa complexité. Parce que, à nouveau, on pourrait simplement compter le nombre de barrières illégales, mais il faut aussi aller sur place pour comprendre la raison pour laquelle l'agriculteur a décidé de labourer le chemin. Pourquoi est-ce que tel voisin refuse que des baladeurs traversent sa propriété? Voilà. Essayer de comprendre la complexité de la situation et quelles ont été les possibilités, quelles ont été les mobilisations citoyennes, par exemple, quelle a été l'histoire du conflit, comment est-ce que la QS peut régler ou non, en passant par des voies administratives ou non, voire jusqu'à jusqu'en justice. Voilà, donc tout ça, on essaie de faire vraiment une approche assez classique finalement de reportage sur le terrain. Ces reportages ont donc, comme je le disais, été mis en ligne sur la carte, avec également des interviews d'experts. Et puis, l'ensemble a été réuni dans un article de conclusion, après un an d'enquête, où donc on a fait le point sur les constats de terrain des différents journalistes. On a essayé d'avoir une approche quantitative de 500 signalements qu'on a reçus sur la carte. Combien sont vous disais, des petits barbelés, combien sont des véhicules sur le passage, ce genre de choses. Depuis combien de temps est-ce qu'ils sont? Ce genre de données plutôt objectives et froides. Mais aussi, on a essayé d'amener une dimension politique au sujet, c'est-à-dire qu'on allait rencontrer donc, des bourgmestres, donc les maires en Belgique, mais aussi des députés, des ministres, voilà, comprendre quelles sont les complexités de ce sujet. Parce que même s'il a peut-être l'air un peu simple comme ça, ce sujet est très complexe, en tout cas d'un point de vue vraiment législatif. Les cadres législatifs sont assez complexes et créent énormément de contentieux, de conflits. Voilà. Donc, pourquoi choisir la participation pour ce sujet? Ben, là, on aurait pu répondre aux 3 premiers mails qu'on a reçus via le formulaire de signalement, enfin même le formulaire sur notre site, pas la carte. On aurait fait un petit sujet dans une unité et ça aurait pu très bien fonctionner. Mais là, ça a permis de vraiment massifier le sujet, donner une ampleur et une importance plus grande. Par exemple, si j'avais travaillé seul sur le sujet, j'aurais rencontré une grosse dizaine de personnes maximum. J'aurais fait un sujet tout à fait sérieux, mais là, ici, on avait 500 signalements à travers le territoire, mais ça a permis quand même de donner une autre ampleur à ce sujet, faire comprendre qu'il y avait un enjeu en fait, de privatisation des espaces publics, qu'il y avait des enjeux de démocratie locale, de droit, d'accès à la nature. Voilà. Ça a permis de donner cette ampleur-là. Une précision qui a son importance, je pense, c'est que c'est un projet qui a rassemblé tous les corps de métier qui constituent Médor. C'est-à-dire qu'il y avait à la fois des journalistes, bien évidemment, mais aussi nos graphistes, les développeurs web qui ont créé la carte à partir de libres, à partir avec des outils libres et à partir de données open source, donc en se basant sur une carte open source. Les photographes, les directeurs de la photo et les iconographes ont également participé. Ils nous ont accompagnés sur le terrain pour faire des photos de nos reportages, mais aussi les illustrer graphiquement par le dessin. Et puis bien sûr, on a eu l'aide de la chargée de distribution et même de la gestion comptable. Donc, voilà, vraiment, toute l'équipe de Médor était rassemblée autour de ce projet qui, comme je le disais, a duré 1 an. La participation, je l'ai dit au tout début, pour nous, ça implique vraiment une nécessité de dialogue. Parce que si on veut que les gens participent à nos enquêtes, il faut prendre le temps de répondre aussi à leurs questions, répondre à leurs interrogations, expliquer ce qu'on va faire de leurs informations qui nous confient. Parce que dans le cas des sentiers, c'est une information très factuelle, il y a un obstacle là-bas, mais parfois les gens nous partagent des témoignages très intimes, des violences qui sont suivies. Il faut qu'on puisse l'exprimer, expliquer comment est-ce que cette enquête va être menée, à quoi ils vont servir, comment ça va être publié. Et pour ça, il faut qu'on se déplace jusqu'à eux, soit ça veut dire vraiment d'un point de vue tout à fait géographique, vraiment aller faire la démarche d'aller rencontrer des personnes, prendre un café, prendre le temps, mais aussi dans une se déplacer vers eux dans une approche d'humilité, je dirais. Montrer qu'on a un média qui est faillible, qu'on peut s'améliorer, qu'on peut faire preuve d'attention, et donc aussi sortir de des postures parfois surplombantes. Mais, en tout cas, c'est comme ça que peuvent être perçus les journalistes, comme des experts qui écrivent sur des sujets depuis la capitale, par exemple. La démarche participative implique de sortir de cette posture-là. Dans cette idée également de donner pour recevoir, les publications de nos enquêtes participatives sont généralement gratuites, pour que ça puisse aussi permettre aux personnes de comprendre, comme je le disais, ce qu'on fait de leur témoignage, comment est-ce qu'on traite le sujet. Et c'est aussi une possibilité de dialogue parce que les personnes qui suivent nos enquêtes peuvent être très critiques de notre méthode, c'est-à-dire qu'ils questionnent questionnent notre traitement et ils demandent pourquoi est-ce qu'à partir de tel morceau d'info et telle hypothèse on va travailler. Et nous, ça nous permet d'expliquer, de rappeler ce qu'est la méthode journalistique, comment est-ce qu'on travaille et quelles hypothèses est-ce qu'on démarre, et comment est-ce qu'on va chercher, par le travail journalistique, les confirmer, les infirmer ou les nuancer. Voilà, c'est inviter des personnes qui nous suivent aussi à éclairer des angles morts, amener l'enquête un peu plus loin, comme je le disais aussi, gonfler les mains. C'est un échantillon qui est plus important, ces choses-là. Mais nous, comme je disais, ça implique vraiment beaucoup de dialogue. Précision qui me semble importante, c'est que les citoyens nous alertent, ils nous informent, ils peuvent être experts aussi par leur vécu ou par leur métier, mais nous gardons la production journalistique entre nos mains. Ce sont des journalistes qui écrivent, qui respectent assez scrupuleusement la méthode, la déontologie journalistique. Donc ce n'est pas du journalisme citoyen qui servirait à favoriser l'expression de citoyens sur des sujets sociaux ou politiques. C'est nous aider dans notre travail de journaliste. Enfin, la participation, les enquêtes participatives, c'est aussi une recherche d'impact. Parce que si on travaille sur ces sujets de cette manière, ce sont des sujets qui ont été pas peu explorés jusqu'à présent et pour lesquels on pense qu'il y a moyen d'amener un changement. Et donc, une fois que l'information est publiée, qu'est-ce qu'on en fait? À quoi est-ce qu'elle va servir? Donc, ce qu'on fait très régulièrement, c'est envoyer ces informations là, pouvoir avoir un impact, pouvoir provoquer un changement. Et donc, ça implique, par exemple, dans le cas des sentiers, envoyer les conclusions de notre enquête à toutes les personnes qui ont participé avec un guide pratique sur comment lever une entrave à côté de chez soi. On passe par telles et telles étapes au niveau de la commune. Et on leur a envoyé une lettre type à envoyer justement à leur commune pour faciliter l'impact, pour faciliter faciliter que cette entrave soit levée. Mais parfois, ça implique également, les zones d'impact, d'aller envoyer les conclusions de nos enquêtes à des associations qui travaillent sur le sujet, à des militants éventuellement. Ils ont pas travaillé de militants sur un travail journalistique, mais à visée d'impact. Donc, on l'envoie à des militants ou également à des parlementaires qui travaillent dans des commissions spécifiques liées au sujet. Puis aussi, dernière précision qui peut être importante, je pense, c'est que toutes nos enquêtes, ou la plupart de nos enquêtes, sont publiées sous licence Creative Commons, ce qui implique qu'ils vont partager nos contenus, nos articles, sans les modifier et pour un usage non commercial. Par exemple, le magazine gratuit d'une association qui défend qui fait la promotion de la marche et de l'escalade va publier des parties de notre enquête pour informer des personnes qui sont souvent confrontées à des sentiers bloqués, par exemple. Donc, en résumé, la participation, c'est donc un dispositif participatif, c'est des outils, une méthodologie, une création de dialogue. C'est en fait aussi à plein d'égards une méthode de crowdsourcing assez classique, mais qu'on réalise en, en faisant un exercice de transparence et une recherche d'impact. Je disais que l'approche de Médor, l'approche de la participation chez Médor, n'est pas du journalisme citoyen. On peut quand même un petit peu nuancer ça. En tout cas, parce que la participation peut aussi être, chez nous, la mise à disposition d'un espace d'expression. Au tout début, dans les premières pages de notre magazine, il y a 3 pages concernées aux petites annonces. Donc les petites annonces, format en fait, aussi vieux que la presse elle-même, traditionnellement plutôt réservé à des annonceurs ou des personnes qui cherchent l'amour ou des services, avec un service qui était généralement payant. Nous, en 2022, on a repris le concept des petites annonces, mais qu'on a refait à notre sauce, à la sauce Médor, avec nos valeurs, c'est-à-dire créer un espace dédié aux échanges, à la solidarité, à l'entraide. Et donc, depuis 2022, depuis 4 ans, chaque trimestre, des personnes publient une recherche de logement, ils proposent d'aider leurs voisins à bricoler leurs toilettes, par exemple, des déclarations d'amour. On a eu 3 demandes en mariage via les petites annonces. Voilà, des gens qui cherchent d'autres musiciens pour créer un groupe de musique. Enfin, c'est des choses qui sont très vastes, très diverses, pour lesquelles on crée également. Pour récolter ces petites annonces, parfois on organise aussi des ateliers de petites annonces, donc soit dans un stand dans des festivals, mais aussi parfois en collaborant avec des associations qui travaillent avec des publics plus éloignés de la presse. Donc c'est déjà arrivé qu'on fasse un atelier d'écriture de petites annonces dans un centre de santé mentale, par exemple, ou une association qui accompagnait des femmes migrantes. Voilà. Et donc, je donne ce dernier exemple parce que c'est de la participation, parce que ça invite les citoyens et citoyennes à prendre part dans un magazine comme le nôtre, à s'exprimer, voilà, et ça participe, selon moi, à faire comprendre que les médias, en tout cas notre média, peut être un espace qu'on investit, qu'on questionne, avec lequel on dialogue. Voilà, j'espère que, voilà, pour le tour d'horizon, j'espère que mes explications étaient claires. Je vais me connecter juste après cette vidéo pour répondre à vos questions et continuer le dialogue. Merci beaucoup. Bonne journée.
Thank you so much, Louis, for that, of course, pre-recorded video, but we do have Louis here live to take some questions and answer some questions in English.
Try my best to speak English.
And we do have some questions that have come in. One of them, understanding that you do these articles where you have a concluding article that's published afterwards. There's a question around how long after the other reports and that community engagement work, how long after all of that do you publish the concluding article?
It varies. It varies. Usually, when we begin participatory investigation, we believe that we'll be able to do it in 6 months, and we always end up doing it in a year. I think, yeah, setting up the whole process, the whole dialogue, and having the time to digest everything that we learned, everything people told us. Yeah, write all of that in like a 10 pages long article. Takes a long time. So yeah, it can be frustrating for people who are the first ones who participate in our investigation, and only a year after they'll be able to read the conclusions. But we always warn them, tell them that we are like, our DNA is to be a very slow media, but because we try to do it the right way.
Yeah, and because you're doing this kind of slow journalism, do you ever find that other media outlets, and particularly because also you're doing investigative work, do you ever find other media outlets scoop you on things, they get to it first, or is this sort of participatory journalism that Médor has developed really unearthing new and different insights that other media outlets, no matter how quickly they they work, they're not finding these same insights?
Sometimes we are beat up to the race. Is that how you say? Like sometimes, obviously, other media go faster than us on some information, or sometimes they even do better job for some information. And on the topic of the path, there's a local media who has been doing that for years, and they're very good at it. But our approach is so, I think, original, that we always have something else to bring to the conversation, because we take more time, so we have sometimes longer, more intimate testimonies, or we take the time to write, to develop a writing style, to develop storytelling. So sometimes we take time to go further in information than other medias, and sometimes we take that time to create more storytelling and try to give a pleasure to read, if that makes sense. So and also we put a lot of effort and money into the visuals, so that's another aspect of taking pleasure while reading journalism. So we try to have an original approach for almost every article that we make, and and we're kind of one of the only media in Belgium who do the participatory approach. So I think we're always original because of that when we're doing participatory journalism. Makes sense.
Yeah. There was also a question around, I know Medor is a co-op. Could you explain a little bit of the co-op structure and how that allows you this greater independence to do these investigations?
Yeah, I went very quickly on that at the beginning of the video. So yeah, 15 years ago, when we started thinking about the project, they very quickly realized that the only way to be really independent, like to create really independent journalism, was to not be a part of any media group or bigger structure, or to be affiliated with an association or public funding. So yeah, for us, doing independent journalism means that you need to have an independent structure. And so at the very beginning of the media, when it was still an idea, they did Tupperware nights. I don't know if you have that in wherever you are. So basically, an evening where people came to sell Tupperwares, like
like a Tupperware sales party.
Yeah, they would come to your house, try to to sell Tupperwares, and then sorry, it's so complicated, but anyway, we did like Meadoware nights where they went to people's houses, to a group of 10 people, for example, presenting the idea of an independent media, and then at the end of the presentation, people could buy shares of the cooperative. And so at the end of that whole process, they had enough money to make, I think, 2 or 3 issues. And so that's the very first impulse made the whole project possible. So yeah, that's just a
wow, yeah. You're already seeing community engagement from the very beginning.
Yes, yeah.
There was a question around can non-French speaking journalists or young journalists looking for work with your team? And if yes, how can someone apply?
Yes, it's going to be difficult because I've just like a few weeks ago I helped a foreign, like an Israeli young girl who was writing her first piece, like French-speaking piece. She was speaking French, but she was not completely. It was not her mother tongue, so she needed to be helped. It was a long process, but still, I think what we were able to publish was interesting. Like it was worth the effort. So yeah, even if you're completely non-French speaking, I think it's going to be complicated. But if it's not your first language, then I think it's still possible. And but we're only focusing on Belgian issues. I mean, issues related to Belgium in a way. If you have a story in Ghana about the cocoa nuts that we use in our chocolate, then you can submit it to MEDOR, but it still needs to be concerning Belgium, to be about Belgium. And to answer the last question, how to apply, we have next to the tab that I mentioned where citizens can submit subjects, there's a tab for journalists who want to submit their work. And also for photographers or I was going to say drawers, but that's like people who draw.
Illustrators, sure.
Illustrators, yes.
Yep. And you talked a bit about citizen journalism. There's a question around how do you distinguish between citizens who are giving input, who are giving those tips or have points of view, versus citizens who have an agenda. You know, they're sending something in to set an agenda. How do you make that distinction? And I'm also just curious now, of course, with AI, how do you also kind of filter for maybe things that have been written by AI, and it's not necessarily people's, opinions?
You mean when we're getting approached by people who?
Yeah, I think it's when you receive like tips or emails, or when you're hearing from people on the testimonials and message boards.
Yeah. Yes, we do not have a clear methodology. Usually, when people share information that we feel is worthy, I don't like that term, but when we're interested in what they're telling us, we'll always meet with them. Is it by email or talking with them, interviewing them? So we don't grab a text that's been sent to us and then publish it. We always fact check it or meet the person meet with the person. So I think that allows us to prevent that from happening. And obviously, when you're journalistic work, you have to deal with people who have an agenda, and you need to put that in perspective to have a counter opinion. So there are a lot of methods that we can use to put
that
them
makes
into
sense.
perspective. Okay.
And then you also mentioned that you'll sometimes send reports to activist groups, to associations who are trying to have change, see change happen. When you're sending those reports to people, there's a question curious around sort of what do you write? What do you say to make that distinction between we're sending you this as a journalist versus to make sure you're not becoming an activist yourself?
Yeah, when I heard myself talk, I thought that there was maybe it was ambiguous of me to say that way. We're basically, when we're doing that, we're usually sending a very light email, and we're sending it to a very broad audience. Sometimes we need to focus on 10 people, but sometimes we have a very broad approach, and we send it to many people who are tackling those issues, and we're not selecting the ones we agree with. We try to have a broad approach, and we basically just say we published an article on that topic, and we think it might interest you, so we're giving you an access for free, and that's basically it. But that's the usual way of working. Maybe there are some other moments or examples that I cannot think of that we have a slightly different way of interacting with them.
And I'll maybe use this one as the last question here. we've got an attendee that's asking, oh, you mentioned you use the maps, and sounds like there's a lot of design elements. How do photography or iconography, this visual design aspect, function as a part of the reporting, not just as a part of the design or a part of the presentation after everything is published?
It's a very, very good question. I don't know if I have a clear and insightful answer. Maybe I can just take a personal example. Like when I was tackling a subject on unemploymentness, people who are unemployed and facing difficulties getting hired and in financial difficulties. I didn't want to have like, a photographer who would create sorry for my broken English, would create a stereotypical image of a poor person who's lacking one tooth. I didn't want that type of image because I felt it would be like it would counter what I was trying to say in my reporting. There was a lot of discussion with the photographer who was talking to. Hopefully I had a grant for him, so he could come along with me, take the time also to understand the situation. There was a lot of dialogue. So yeah, when I was talking about dialogue in our, the dialogue that we try to create as a media, it's also within the media. Dialogue with the photographers, with the people who draw, with the other journalists. We are very often talking and debating our approach among us.
Yeah, I found that really interesting, the example you gave of the map being alongside the published articles, and just how interesting that is, that it almost gave those articles life, like they were alive with now this map that people were adding things to. And again, that even after all of that, you have this concluding article months and months later, that these stories continue to live on, they continue to evolve. And I find that really inspiring. So much of what Medor is doing is truly unique and really interesting. And I hope that we can continue this conversation in the community Google document, where there's some more questions that you could maybe help answer there too, and encourage people to go take a look at Medor. Whether you read French or not. But yeah, really, thank you so much for joining us. It's really been fantastic. So yeah, un grand merci de nous avoir rejoints aujourd'hui, Louis. Merci.
Thanks a lot for the invite. I hope it was understandable what I said.
Oh yeah.
Bye. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon to everyone watching this. Thank you for the team. Thank you to the team, and I'm sorry for the delay. We were experiencing some technical difficulties that I wasn't able to solve. But thank you to the team that makes all of this possible. It's amazing to be here. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Maria Paula Murcia Huertas. I am co-founder and project editor at Mutante, which is an independent media outlet based in Colombia, Latin America. I am based in Bogota. And today I'm going to talk about digital ethnography and journalism, and what does CARE have to do about this all. So, well, Mutante, we call ourselves a digital movement of citizen conversation. This means that we have been building a community of conversation among citizens that have similar interests. And we do so through a methodology of participatory journalism that has a lot to do with care, and that has a lot to do not only with journalism, but also with ethnography, because ethnography and the digital ethnography tools make it possible for us to conduct participatory journalism. And we conduct so as a tool for social change. So we are convinced that journalism is not neutral, as ethnography is not neutral either, and both serve as a tool for social change. So the way in which we do this is a custom-made methodology that we invented and that we call the social conversation. The social conversation is a multi-channel digital communication strategy in which we invite audiences, different kinds of audiences, to discuss their issues. And we think that through those discussions, we can build public agenda collectively. So what we do is more than just publishing stuff. We publish and we conduct rigorous journalism, but we do so to attract audience and to engage the audience so that they can actually come and converse through these three phases that compose our social conversation, which are talk, understand, and act. All of this is conducted through social media. Mainly, we do have some synchronical in-person spaces, but mainly digital media. And the first one is talk. So through talking is the first phase in which we invite people to answer questions. Questions mark this first phase, and we post them on social media so that we can gather stories, we can gather opinions and evidence from the audience's perspectives. We are convinced that everyone is an expert on their own story, and through talking, we think that we can conduct a kind of state of the art of how the digital discussion is carried along the discourse, so that we can actually conduct journalism when we identify, for example, the doubts that people have, what people know about an issue, what people think they know, but maybe it comes from misinformation sources, and how can journalism actually help solve those issues that we identify through the talk phase. Then, after we talked with the audience, we asked, we understood what people think, what people know, what people want to know, what people think they know, but maybe they don't, and what people also have to offer as knowledge to the conversation. We pass on to the second phase, which is understand. So understand is a more kind of quote unquote traditionally journalistic phase, in which we convene experts who contribute evidence to explain the causes and consequences of the issues we address. So we invite people that know about the issues and that can be able to tackle what we found as, for example, information gaps or misinformation in the talk phase. And through this understanding phase, we provide information that helps put the conversation or advance the conversation to a more informed terrain. But we think that talking and understanding is not enough. We think that action is needed, and this also positions us in a place in which it's not enough to inform. We do have to provide solutions. We have to provide options of solutions and options of action so that people can do something about the issues they face. So we develop actions and content that empowers citizens to do something about those issues we are talking. And this is, in a nutshell, how our methodology is composed in these three phases. We, through all of these phases, have certain values that we cherish, and those are values that we think of as important and as necessary. And the first one is well-being and care. So we care about our audiences, and that is why we conduct with them participatory methodologies to invite them to come, and we listen carefully. So social listening is a big part of this participatory methodology, and we conduct social listening through ethnographic tools. And in this first value of well-being and care, we recognize the vulnerability and interdependence of all beings. We understand that people that come and engage in conversations are beings that are interconnected within each other and with us, and that they're vulnerable, and that we are all vulnerable. And in that recognition, we can promote individual, community, and planetary responsibility. Through the conscience that we are all interconnected and we are all vulnerable, then we can actually advance the conversations of the issues we are facing and understand what our roles are in the solution of these issues. And we do so through a critical spirit. So we also acknowledge that there are unjust structures that rule the world, and we seek to unravel those unjust structures and understand the complexity that lies beneath them. And of course, this is also interconnected with the first one, which is well-being and care, because the complexity that lies beneath them is complex just because we are interconnected. And the unjust structures are supported by those interconnections between people that don't really have or hold the same kind or the same amount of power to subvert those structures. The third principle is participation. Through participation, we guarantee that people actually feel represented, and that's a big part of well-being and of taking care of the people we work with. And through participation, we recognize that each individual has clues for understanding, so we can build knowledge collaboratively. Not everyone knows the same as the other person. Nobody can know everything, and nobody can understand something in the same way as another person does. So when we participate collectively, then we can build knowledge collectively. And at the end, there's also creativity. At last but not least, creativity. We think that generating solutions that come from curiosity and experimentation, and considering that aesthetics, which is a big part of the way in which we conceive creativity, is also important, that form is not subsidiary to content, then we also understand that creativity is a way to convene and to engage people. And these are the values that structure what we do and how we do it, and the ethnographic portion of the journalism that we do. So we work through 4 core agendas to which we are committed, and we understand that these agendas and the communities that are interested in those agendas are underrepresented, and this is one of the criteria that we prioritize in the recognition and in the choosing of these agendas. And those are human rights, gender issues, climate emergency, and mental health. And in these big 4 umbrella topics, we work and we conduct the participatory journalism and the ethnographic journalism that we do. We are pioneers in doing this. We have ethnography at the core, and this is kind of a very broad step-by-step in how we do it. So first, in the talking phase that I mentioned earlier, we analyzed imaginaries, stereotypes, information gaps, and misinformation. When we are able to identify this, then we can kind of build clusters of how we are identifying this, so that we can identify trends in between those imaginaries and the stereotypes to identify bigger problems. And when we identify bigger problems in the way people refer to some issues, and in the way that some of those perceptions keep coming back and they become trends, then we can produce useful information to solve those problems for the mass public. Through this step-by-step, we think we are fostering bottom-up agenda setting, and not only responding to our criteria as journalists that believe that something should be done in a way and not another, and that something should be covered and not other topic, but we are collaboratively creating an infrastructure of solving the actual needs of people, and not only the needs that we think are the needs of the people. How do we do this? So we identify the things that people need. This is a space where different people with common interests and worries converge. we experiment. So we offer an experience that's composed by different types of actions, of engagement chances, of channels and formats, building a community that's bigger than one social media or that's bigger than one topic of interest. We kind of connect people that inhabit different areas of the digital reality to come together and understand how they can interact with one another. And through that, we perform knowledge building, and we get to know and build new frameworks because we connect people that maybe wouldn't have been connected in other ways. We promote new ideas, reflections, and insights about topics of collective interest. So through an in-depth coverage of the topics that harnesses collective knowledge, we understand that we can promote these reflections and insights. And through that, we think we are creating a space for information and pedagogy. So we create multilateral relationships between all of these people, all of these organizations that inhabit the social digital landscape. And through that, we provide added value to the people that participate in them, not only because they connect with us, but because also they connect with each other. And in that connection, there's a lot of value, a lot of pedagogy, and also an ethics of care. We care about the people, and we understand that when people are together, they can perform care to each other a lot better too. So how have we structured this? How is our team structured so that we can actually do this? There are three main kind of bubbles of cells, as you can see in this graphics on this slide. The main cell is the editorial team. I mean, not main, maybe the biggest cell. The editorial team, which is composed of three sub-teams. One is the journalistic team, so journalists that perform journalism, that conduct journalism, that conduct reporting. There's also the analysis. Okay, so whenever we publish something, people respond to it, and that's a big part of the analysis that we do. That's the prime matter for the analysis that we do. It's not only what we publish, but what we can analyze about it. And there's also community. So how do we foster and cherish the community? Then there's the second cell, which is the digital thinking. So we also inhabit digital spaces. And what does that mean for how can we reach out to other kinds of people? So digital thinking means a lot when it comes to understanding how this content that the editorial team produces and analyzes can actually reach the people that we want it to reach. How can we engage the people in the digital spaces? And then the third bubble is design. So none of these could be possible if we didn't have this graphic design in mind and understood that all of this is kind of one big organism that's composed of these three cells, but that is all of those are equally important. So the step-by-step conversation analysis, which is the core of the ethnographic journalism that we do, and that stems from this idea and this principle of care, starts by structuring the conversation. So it is a conversation, but basically stems from a journalistic question. So we structure the conversation through core research questions. We do need a research question that guides what we are going to do. And in this way, we have a clear objective in mind. It's not just analyzing by analyzing. We do need to have a research question that serves like a horizon of what we need to achieve, of what we want to achieve through this analysis. Then we monitor and trace the conversation along its text and subtext. So this is very important because it's not only understanding that the field is all of the digital space, but we need to filter. We need to monitor what's going on, and we need to trace the guidelines that will actually respond to the core research questions, because if not, then it's too vast, it's too massive. We can't really make it all possible. So whenever we have this research question, we are able to monitor and trace the conversation better along its text, basically the comments that people make on social media, but also subtext. So subtext is critically important, and that is why we make sure that we are understanding cultural context, cultural nuance, so that we understand that it's not only text, but what lies beneath that text. And then we select and register relevant elements for knowledge building. Okay, so we are monitoring and tracing these thematic lines that we privilege. But it's also about, okay, whenever I trace, then I know what to select, what's relevant for my research questions, and how, when I select, then I can register. So through registering and prioritizing some things, and prioritizing some things that harness what I'm going to need for knowledge building and to answer to people's interests and information needs. Whenever we do this, then we publish partial findings as feedback for the conversation. So if I trace that people are having this same question and I can select these questions and I can register these questions, then I can answer some of these questions and understand, okay, yes, I have identified that you have this question. Then through journalism, I am answering that question for you. So I'm going to publish that as a partial finding. Okay, the conversation threw at me that I needed to answer this question, and I did. What was the reaction of the people, of the audiences of that partial finding? And then through the compilation of all those partial findings and the posterior reactions of the people to those partial findings, we can publish final analysis that helps us understand how we are actually advancing the conversation and how we are collaboratively building knowledge. And we do that through a tool that's very simple. It's basically a sophisticated spreadsheet in which we organize our audience's comments into 5 categories that through the years we have identified as the main categories of information needs. So these are questions, debates, disinformation, prejudice, and recommendations. Whenever we trace a comment that belongs to one of these categories, we select it and register it. And through that, then we can guide the editorial team to create content that actually solves this information needs for the people. And in that exercise, we show people that we care about what they say and what they need. And these categories help us then understand how much are we really answering people's needs. And this is a screenshot of how our dashboard of needs is actually seen. This is from from some months ago. So we had registered 1,494 information needs in our social media. So of course, these are not all the comments that people make, but these are all the comments that we have traced. And by that time, we had answered 557 of those. So it's roughly, well, if you sum up these two, they are roughly 2,000. So we had answered about 25% of people's information needs. We started off with a KPI, which was to answer 20% of those, because of course, as you might know, answering all of people's needs is very hard. But 20% was the number that we were looking for, and we got to 25%. So we were quite happy about that and about the analysis that we were making, because we were guaranteeing that participatory journalism was being conducted effectively. And now I'm going to show you an example. So I apologize in advance. Well, this is in Spanish. We work in Spanish. But this is an example of a social conversation we conducted through the 3 phases that I spoke about paramilitarism and some issues that were affecting rural communities in a place in Colombia that has been very beat by armed conflict, which is El Catatumbo. So what we started was a first like kind of X-ray about what was happening in this region, and we started receiving people's questions. So if you can't understand Spanish, some of the questions were, for example, what's Estado Mayor Central? Estado Mayor Central is an armed group in Colombia, and people were asking about that. So what role do they play? Other comment says it would be good to analyze the presence of armed actors in Venezuela, which is our neighboring country, and how does that affect the border between Colombia and Venezuela. So these comments then were processed, and we started guiding the editorial response through these comments. And this is what that started to look like. So we understood that people needed to understand who were the armed actors that were participating in this. So we published this content that translates to who is who, in which we analyzed the role of each one of the actors and started understanding, okay, this is what we can offer people. This is what people are asking. And through journalism, we can do an explainer to explain the situation that's going on in this rural area, which is very complex and which has a lot of different interactions of people happening. So this who is who allowed people to understand, okay, this is this armed actor and this fights this other armed actor, and this is how they relate to the people in the territories, for example. And at the end, we also published this content, and in the text box that you can see on the upper part of the screenshot, it says, a piece of knowledge is to recognize that there's not only one war in Colombia. So I put the screenshot because this is something that comes from actually an expert answering what people were saying and what people were asking about the war. So we conducted journalism when we asked the people that were experts on the issue and on war studies and on peace studies to directly answer to the people that were commenting to our publications, so that they can understand that they can also ask for information from experts. And in that way, we conduct the participatory journalism, and people understand that their questions can also feel represented in the public spaces. And through that, we show that we care. And through the underlying ethnographic methodology, we make journalism and participatory journalism possible. So that's what I wanted to share with you as lessons from a mutant project on care. So let's keep the conversation going. You can find us on social media at mutante.org and through our webpage at mutante.org. And thank you so much for your attention. Again, apologies for the delay. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to employ these last 5 minutes to answer them.
Hi, Maria. Thank you. It's so inspiring. There's lots of comments in the community space about like how interesting and unique and amazing Mutante's approaches are. We won't have time for live questions here, but we will let you answer the questions that come through in that community space in the Google document.
Sure.
So I encourage participants, please put your questions there for Maria. Yeah, and just so much of what you're saying is really interesting and unique. This idea of like tracing and tracking the information needs of your audience and then answering them, it's just so amazing. And also, of course, the approach of looking at reporting like first as a research question and then how your articles are really partial findings, and how you then loop back around and take analysis and what people are saying. It's such a interesting and innovative, and like you're saying, you're pioneers, and I absolutely would agree. Haven't seen this done anywhere else, this style. So thank you so much for sharing this insight with us.
Thank you, Emily. And again, I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm glad I could jump in, and of course, happy to answer all of your questions through the Google Doc. And please feel free to email me too. You can find my contact information in the Google Doc too. And thank you for this opportunity. It has been amazing to find a community of people that actually understand this convergence between anthropology and journalism, which I think it gives us a lot, and methodologically it gives us a lot, but also kind of politically and ethically too. So thank you. It was great to get to participate from the space.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Clark Merrifield, a senior editor at the Journalist Resource, a program I run that's based out of the Shorenstein Center at Harvard Kennedy School. We cover academic research with the goal of informing the work of other journalists, and we also regularly host trainings and webinars on a range of topics, recently on the national debt and also on sports betting on college campuses. So please visit journalistresource.org and sign up for our newsletter for the latest. There we go. I was trying to figure out how to. Okay, so I'm going to talk today about taking care of sources and taking care of ourselves as journalists. I owe a huge debt of gratitude to my former colleague, Nassim Miller. Earlier this year, Nassim moved on to a different role, but this presentation leans heavily on her work. You may have heard the term trauma-informed in the context of healthcare, education, and of course in journalism. In general, being trauma-informed means recognizing that trauma is common and people may have experienced trauma, serious trauma at some point in their lives. Trauma results from an event or a series of events or a set of circumstances that are physically or emotionally harmful or life-threatening to someone and have, quote, lasting adverse effects on the individual's functioning and mental, physical, social, emotional, or spiritual well-being, according to the U.S. Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. So when you're talking with people who have experienced trauma, it's important to understand, the research shows trauma impacts the brain, including the memory and the ability to vocalize events as they happened. A more accurate story and recollection of what happened might not be available until months down the road when sources have had time to heal a little and they're not in that fight or flight mode. Something that we've heard a little bit about today in some of the other sessions is that, in the context of trauma-informed reporting, informed consent means informing your sources about the nature of your story and having their consent to use their name and report on their experiences. And that's an important aspect of reporting many stories, but trauma-informed reporting, requires that as journalists, we over-explain. So sources may not be familiar with terms like on the record or on background, and it's good practice in general. There are exceptions to this, but it's good practice in general to explain to sources what those terms that we often take for granted mean. For a politician, you wouldn't let them review their quotes before publication, but for trauma survivors, it's important to practice great care. So it would make sense to have a discussion with your editor about giving your sources the option to review their quotes or even change their mind about being quoted before your story runs. As reporters, we're trained not to let sources pick which questions they want to answer or see the questions ahead of an interview or story before it's published. But again, when it comes to interviewing survivors of trauma, it's okay to break some of those rules. You can let your sources know that they have control of their story. It's their story. In the aftermath of a tragedy, prepare yourself for a wide range of responses from survivors. The Dart Center, formerly at Columbia University, they've advised to approach people with respect, care, and kindness. So, introduce yourself, make eye contact, explain why you would like to talk to them, and take it slow with them to the extent that that's possible. Also good to aim to ask open-ended questions and remind sources that they're under no obligation to answer any questions that they don't want to. Try not to say, I know how you feel, or I know what you're going through, but do ask survivors what they would like to achieve in telling their story. And this again gives them a sense of agency and control over their own story. If you're interviewing a trauma survivor, think about how you're caring for them before, during, and after the interview. Let survivors pick the place of the interview so they can feel safe. Tell survivors what questions you're planning to ask. Ask if there are questions or topics that you should avoid. During an interview, take care to do your best to ensure that survivors aren't just reliving the event and, find out at different points that they want to take a break at the end of an interview, of course, thank them and let them know how their interview will be used and when you expect the story to be published. I want to talk a little bit about a couple of pieces that Journalist Resource has done that I think fall under the umbrella of taking care in doing journalism. The first piece is about taking a public health approach when reporting on gun violence. Researchers for decades have urged journalists to avoid framing gun violence solely as a crime issue and provide a broader public health context. The study I'm going to talk about looked at local TV news in Philadelphia, and the focus on the crime angle, by and large, remained at the forefront of the gun violence coverage there. The study was published in BMC Public Health in May 2024. The researchers analyzed 192 TV news clips aired on 4 local TV news stations between January and June of 2021. They found 84% contained at least one element that researchers said could have been harmful to communities, audiences, and gun violence survivors. Some of those elements can include visuals of a crime scene, not following up on a story, naming the treating hospital, and how the injured person knew the shooter. The same research team had previously interviewed 26 gunshot survivors and found those people said that graphic content, inaccuracies, and mentioning the treating hospitals resulted in distress, harm to their reputation, and threats to their safety. Some people were even afraid to leave once they had been treated. The more recent study compares Philadelphia news clips based on 2 main characteristics: news clips that focused on a single incident called episodic framing, and those that took more of a public health approach that explored broader social and structural contexts in which the violence occurred, which is called thematic framing. And nearly 80% of the stories used that episodic framing. In 21% of the clips, a law enforcement official was the main interview source. None of the 192 news segments included a health or a public health professional or an injured person as the main source. And only 10% of the clips included discussions about sort of treating gun violence as a public health issue. So why cover gun violence as a public health issue? Studies show that in addition to death, gun violence can result in long-term physical, mental, and financial burdens among people who are injured. Compared with infectious diseases, gun violence poses a larger burden on society in terms of the potential years of life lost. For journalists, even though there are widely accepted journalistic guidelines to protect victims and audiences in the case of suicide, mass shootings, assault, abuse, crime involving minors, according to the researchers on this paper, there are no such guidelines crafted by journalists and public health professionals for reporting on more everyday gun violence. Going back to what I talked about before, trauma-informed journalism recognizes the need for journalists to better understand how trauma can affect survivors and how to avoid reporting that could cause additional harm to people and those who've been through trauma. When covering firearm violence, trauma-informed reporting would involve engaging with survivors using trauma-informed principles, giving them control over their narrative to some degree. And there are a bunch of toolkits and other resources in the JR piece that I'm talking about here, and all of that will be linked at the end, and I believe is in the Google Doc as well. This is a piece that I did, speaking of graphic visuals. This was about whether news outlets should show graphic images of mass shooting victims. This is sort of separate from the everyday gun violence that occurs in the US. This is where it's a mass casualty event that usually is quite high profile and results in national news coverage. This is a piece I did after the Uvalde school shooting in May 2022. I interviewed a dozen experts in media studies to find out where there was overlap on this question. A lot of journalists at the time, including with pretty large platforms, were raising this question, that the idea of showing graphic images after mass shooting would prompt changes in policy. When it comes to the basic question of whether to publish or not after a mass shooting, the answer is that there is no clear answer, and the outcome depends on the context, including what exactly an image shows and the connection the news outlet has with their audience as well. But everyone that I talked to agreed that they should have those conversations, that news outlets should have those conversations before being faced with this choice of whether to publish graphic pictures. Another thing that came up that I thought was interesting was whether I was even asking the right fundamental question. Like the framework for these interviews with experts assumed that newsrooms would want to consider a range of potential consequences before showing graphic images. Most experts that we talked with implicitly accepted this framework. And they dove into a variety of dilemmas, including concerns about glorifying mass shooters. One person I spoke with, Barbie Zelizer, who's the director of the Center for Media at Risk at the University of Pennsylvania, said the essential question is simply, is the event newsworthy? And her point was that if an event is newsworthy enough to cover in text, it's newsworthy enough to cover in images, even if those images are more graphic than what audiences are used to seeing. And the more productive question, she said, was about how images should be shown in print and online. Another question for news outlets to ask themselves is, what is your motivation? Is it to drive clicks and increase subscriptions? Those would not be good reasons to publish a graphic image, but a more compelling case could be made if a news outlet believes their role is simply to preserve history. In that case, it doesn't matter if an image fails to affect policy, which is an outcome that we can't predict in the first place. Leaders at the New York Times were discussing whether to publish pictures of the war in Ukraine, and they factored their role as purveyors of the historical record into their decision to publish. So that's something to think about. If your news outlet did, decide to show such an image, again, there's no way to gauge what will happen to an image after it's published, how it will be used and misused, and whether it will actually spur policy change. But the people we spoke with said the news outlets should strive to provide as much context as possible, potentially using a single powerful photo rather than several photos, warning viewers that the image might be difficult to see, removing any ads from the page if it's running in print, and if it's on TV, allowing it to sit on the screen and speak for itself. And, is your news outlet ready to explore solutions to gun violence? And that's not just a matter of ethics. Research shows audiences want journalism that tries to solve problems, and this can include taking a public health approach, like we discussed earlier. Let's see, taking care of ourselves as journalists. Some ideas for improving our own care, self-care, include mentally preparing to cover tough stories. When you're working on a difficult story, think about what's going to be a problem maybe for you. Elena Newman, who used to run the Dart Center, told us that it's good to think ahead to what parts of an interview or parts of a story might be stressful. You can ask yourself a few questions. You can think about what's helped you when you've been through a difficult time before. What are the strengths and skills that you've used that have helped you through a hard time? What are the things you've done that have been less healthy? And think about, of course, doing more of the things that were helpful than things were less helpful. Build a supportive community, whether that's at work with colleagues or at home with friends and family. If you're on social media, connect to groups where you can interact with like-minded people. Nassim Miller runs a Facebook group called Journalists Covering Trauma, where they share info about self-care and mental health. There are other Facebook groups too, like Journalism and Trauma and the Canadian Journalism Forum on Violence and Trauma. Giving support is also as effective for building resiliency. And this could be as simple as asking colleagues, how they're doing and taking the proactive step of checking in on them if you're worried about them, seeing if there's anything that you can do. Doing good work, being a good journalist itself is sort of a form of self-care as well. Knowing the signs of trouble, know them and be honest with yourself if that's happening. If you're not able to do the work that you're assigned, can't concentrate in a sustained way, can't feel compassion for sources, or you're on edge all the time, those are signs that you may need some help from a professional. And again, the Google Doc has a lot of resources that wouldn't fit on the slides, but I would encourage you all to look at those if you want to learn more. And the last section is kind of how to get some ways to get started thinking about these issues in your own newsroom, knowing the definitions and the terms used in the trauma space. So like stress is not being able to meet the demands of a moment. Trauma is more complex and can refer to a physical or psychological wound. Burnout is separate from trauma and has more to do with like having so much to do that becomes overwhelming. And there's vicarious trauma, which refers to psychological changes resulting from empathetic engagement with survivors in a professional context. Becoming a champion for mental health in your newsroom. Dave Seglins, who's an investigative reporter and well-being champion at CBC News in Toronto, he held a town hall with colleagues that centered around this question of what can we do as a newsroom to build a culture of well-being. They recorded ideas, they sent out a short survey to their colleagues, published the results amongst themselves, and prompted the company to actually start to talk about these issues. But, he said that getting together, just even on Zoom or whatever it may be, doesn't take that much effort and is doable. Scott Blanchard, a public radio journalist in Pennsylvania, created a committee among several newsrooms on the East Coast, and they developed a guide on how trauma awareness and peer support programs could work in a newsroom. They followed up with a day-long training with experts, including a psychologist with a local healthcare system. And the last thing is, again, going back to something I said before, but definitely having a plan, or at least thinking to some degree about these things before they happen, before there's a mass tragedy, or before you're asked to cover a traumatic event or story. This might include having a newsroom, having journalists who are on the ground for a certain number of days, covering a traumatic event, forcing them to leave for even if they say that they want to stay, forcing them out of that. Newsrooms can hold sessions for staff to talk about processing what they've seen, and newsrooms can bring in experts and counselors and to help journalists maybe who are dealing with graphic pictures or any other concerns. And I think that's it for my presentation. About 20 minutes, and happy to take your questions. And here's the links that I talked about, and those are in the Google Docs. And if you want to get in touch with me, please feel free to do so.
Thank you, Clark. Thank you so much. It's really great that you could join us and kind of go through this for us live. I know that there's a lot of resources out there for journalists, right? And they don't always have the time to go and read them. And so one of the questions that came through was, while the journalist resource is almost like a TLDR of academic research for journalists, it is still another thing for them to consult or to read. So do you have any suggestions or tips for how journalists can build consulting the resource into their workflow?
That's interesting. I would say the shortcut would be just to reach out to me directly, and you can ask me anything. But
That's really kind of you.
it's but I think it's the kind of thing where, like, if you find JR value, well, actually, what I would say again was go to our website and sign up for the newsletter, which comes out roughly every week, and that's kind of the best way to stay kind of on top of what we're up to. And then that's just an email, of course, that comes through, so it's not a super heavy lift. But I would say just keep us in mind if there's a topic that you're covering. I mean, we have like such a wide range of articles on healthcare, economics, business, education, higher ed, K to 12. So if there's any topic you're covering, just try to keep us in mind. And in terms of working into like a daily workflow, I mean, I would love for people to come read us every day. That'd be awesome. Set aside just a few minutes to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I can see, like, let's say you're a young journalist who's just been, assigned a story or maybe assigned a new beat. I would say go to the journalist resource, just see right away, like, what are the suggestions? That way you're starting from that place.
For sure, yeah.
And so I also want to thank you for mentioning there's resources, of course, here in Canada, mentioning the Canadian Forum on Canadian Journalism Forum on Violence and Trauma, who are sponsors of the conference, and I did add their website to the Google Doc, so it's there too. In terms of, you were mentioning a little bit about sports betting, so someone was asking, can you share more about sports betting? What goes to keep the work sensitive, and what is your advice or thoughts about young journalists covering these topics in sports?
Yeah, what goes to keep the work sensitive? I do just want to also, since I mentioned the Dart Center, I just want to mention that that program folded, and a lot of those people went on to found the Global Center for Journalism and Trauma. So if you're looking for stuff from the Dart Center and you can't find it, go to GCJT. Sports betting is a really interesting topic. It's kind of like a personal interest of mine. I think it's a really fraught area for media. We did an hour-long webinar about sports betting in the college context, which was really interesting. But broadly, there are media companies that are contracting with sports books for advertising dollars. The New York Times does that. CNN, I think, has a contract with one of the prediction markets, which is kind of similar but different. Keeping the work sensitive, meaning sensitive to sources, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Well, I would just say, like, this topic is like really interesting and really salient, and there's a lot of ethical questions, I think, in journalism. There are some podcasts, if you're interested in sports, that you might listen to, and it's pretty common. I have heard it where, like, the host will refer to themselves as a journalist and then in the next breath, like, be reading what the lines are for gambling on some game that they're talking about, and that's not even part of an ad, and also doing ad copy for sports books, and also saying that they themselves bet on games. So if you want to reach out to me and talk about this, we could talk for hours about it, and I'd be happy to do that. So, yeah.
there's also a question around that study you mentioned that referenced gun violence and reporting on gun violence, and how 10% of clips treated gun violence as a public health issue. Do you have any sense, or did the researchers have any sense of what was keeping that number so low?
You know, as I recall, I believe that it was, they looked at Philadelphia because that was where...
Is it the audience's expectation or newsroom incentives or just something?
It was where, like, so Philly was like the birthplace of, I'm reading from the piece now. It was the birthplace of eyewitness news and action news, and they, in 1965 and 1970, so they were the start, from what I understand, of like the TV news reporting that's very common now about sensationalizing crime, not thinking about the community effects of your coverage, not thinking about the community effects of gun violence, and just kind of like that approach of if it bleeds, it leads. So that was why they picked Philadelphia, and I don't know if they knew why exactly the public health approach hasn't. You know, it's difficult because, you know, TV news, that's not the world that I come from, but it's much more revenue driven in many ways, and like they're losing share to social media, and I don't know, there are a lot of motivations that would go into like keeping the eyeballs that they have. So I'm not sure exactly why only 10% talked about public health. I think it's kind of an approach that's still relatively new, but I think a lot of us would do well to take that into account.
Yeah, I think there's a journalist named, is it Sammy Keola? Maybe I'm mispronouncing her last name. She reported on gun violence in Philadelphia and did some really interesting, innovative stuff there. And I think she's even involved now in, there's like a Reporters for Gun Violence group in the States that, yeah, just sounds like they've got Association of Gun Violence Reporters, and they've got some really interesting like toolkits and things now, as well as of course being
I do think that like the way that research works is that it can take a long time to get published. So the data that they have is from 2021, and I do think that things are shifting in a different direction now. I'm not sure to the extent, but like you said, there are a lot more groups like that going on now.
Yeah, yeah. Now, here's a question. So the journalist resource provides recommendations, like you mentioned, for journalists on all kinds of topics. When you see a news article pop up, can you instantly spot this reporter should have used the resource? Like, is there some telltale signs, or is there a type, a beat, something that you're like, oh man, I wish that they had consulted the resource?
It's interesting. I think there are times when I'm like in the news consumer role that I do see stuff every once in a while. It's when it's like from, usually there's like not like a glaring error or something. It's just like maybe the like context or approach that they took on a story didn't seem super thoughtful. I think JR is about, in some ways, of course, informing democracy and the public with the best facts available. And there's no question that peer review research has errors. There's an entire website that covers those. So it's not like the academy is infallible, but it's usually like a pretty solid process, the peer review process, and you can usually kind of trust what you're seeing. But I would say what I was trying to say was that I think we're also trying to encourage journalists to be thoughtful. So we might not have something on a particular topic, but as long as the news outlet approaches the piece with some level of care and thoughtfulness, I think we're happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And related to that kind of taking a thoughtful approach. I mean, you spoke again about public health or trauma-informed. There's a question of what would it take for outlets to adopt public health or trauma-informed defaults rather than leaving it to the individual reporter's discretion?
I think this would start with the individual reporters, potentially, if you're at a news outlet that is not interested in thinking about things in this way. So it really would depend on the newsroom, and there may be some where it's just up to the reporters, and that's how it is. So it would take newsroom leadership to do this, and a lot of that can be a ground up thing. If the reporters are interested in taking this type of approach and they want to pitch the newsroom leaders on it, give it a shot. And I guess that's what I would say, but don't let newsroom leadership like stop you from taking these approaches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, with that, we'll leave it there. Clark, this has really been fantastic. And thank you so much again for taking the time to walk us through this.
Sure.
And of course, there's lots of links in the Google Doc that are just so valuable. So if people can check those out, make some time, find some time in your day to check them out, because they're quick hits.
Yeah,
they're not long.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're really great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, appreciate it.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hooray. Gee, we're on. You can hear me. I can hear you. We're good to go?
Yep, I think so.
Okay, fabulous. We are so excited to be here with all of you today to share a very new thing that just came out in the world, although we did work on it a lot of last year. And hot off the presses, we have a printed version available that we'll share the link to for the end. So if when we're sharing out what we're up to, you're like, ooh, I want to get a copy of this, there is a free version online that you can link to in the resources, and then also a printed version you can now buy. So with that, I am going to figure out how I advance the slide. Gee, are you able to see how you do that?
Yes, I got you. Yeah, you just scroll over.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. Jihi's going to help me out here because I'm not seeing the scroll. All right. So hi, I'm Jen Brandel. Jihi is alongside me and is really the reason we got this book to happen. Jihi put in so much time and effort on this. And we both are part of this community called News Futures, which if you haven't heard of it, and you're interested in the topics that have been at this conference, you are probably the right kind of person to join News Futures. What it is, it's not another organization, it's not a newsroom, it's a community of practice. And so it's comprised of individuals who are touching news, civic information in lots of different ways. Some of them work in traditional newsrooms, some of them in startup spaces, places they wouldn't even call newsrooms, but are doing civic information work. So anyone from journalists to organizers, educators to artists, etc. And everyone coming together aligned around the ideas of a charter, which if you go to their site, you can see what the charter is all about, but it encompasses really trying to help people in the places they live better navigate and make decisions, connect, find support, agency, belonging, all of these things that like news theoretically could do, but doesn't often do. So News Futures is a really great community that is a do-ocracy. And if you've never heard that phrase before, it's essentially run by the energy that people bring to it. So there's not a deep hierarchy there. There are working groups where folks think about a problem that they want to help solve for and then work with others to do that. And everyone's kind of free to go about it in the way that they're excited. And there are some resources for that. So it's a really interesting community, how it's governed, how it gets together, and it's incredible. Folks, it's mostly US, I would say, but there are international folks there as well, and it is open for folks to join. So check out News Futures. This is what created the container for this cookbook to come out of. And so we're going to tell you today about what the cookbook is and why we put it together. And Gee, if you're able to scroll to the next slide. I can do it. Never mind. I figured it out. I was just going to share a little bit of the things you already know, so I'm not going to read entirely from the slide here. But this cookbook is a bit of a response to the current state of journalism. Both Jihi and I have worked inside of traditional journalism and outside in other communities, and we're just seeing a lot of opportunity here for reimagination, reinvention, adjusting some of the rules of the road to be more effective in this time of information glut, of the economy of traditional newsrooms collapsing, of changes in consumption behavior and all of those things. So we know we're in a challenging environment right now. And another thing that both Jihi and I found challenges with is that this idea of engagement, which we have thought of in practice as a real form of mutualism and care and relationality, has in many newsrooms gotten lumped into this idea of consumption. So a lot of times when I was working with newsrooms through my company, Harkin, we would be talking to newsrooms about engagement, and we were saying two very different things. They were talking about clicks and downloads and plays, and we were talking about relationships, a reporter knowing a person that they were serving and being in touch with them and co-creating journalism together. And so it's become even more challenging as engagement is a word that people often use synonymously with consumption. For us to really talk about what civic media and civic information is in a way that shows its relationality and that it is different from just putting out information into the universe. And so what we're finding is that it's hard to do care work, the types of stuff we're talking about in this convening, in institutions that are still functionally extractive in the way that they're going about things. So one of the reasons we made the cookbook for people who consider themselves journalists and not is that we think the work that the cookbook is asking people to do may be best happening outside of newsrooms, if those newsrooms are really still in that extractive kind of transactional relationship. So we're imagining this resource, which we're going to dive into shortly, to be something that's of use to community organizers, librarians, everyday people. It could be a lot of folks. So that's just a little bit of laying the groundwork here, and I'll throw it to Jihi for going deeper on some of the bright spots in the space with us.
Yes, I'm happy to be here. What an wonderful convening. And I'll just dive into maybe the other side of what Jen was talking about. So, having worked outside of traditional journalism, but still doing journalistic work and consuming a lot of that kind of work, we both, and I think many folks in News Futures, have had conversations and sort of aligned on this observation that journalism could be viewed as a practice, not only exclusively done by newsrooms. And so we were, struggling to figure out how to talk about this and how to describe it to people who maybe the idea of civic media coming from outside of newsrooms felt new to, or people who were doing civic work but didn't know how to be in conversation with journalists. And so we had a lot of great contributors. This book was put together with a working group of about 30 people who convened every couple of months last year. And they're all signatories of News Futures. And we had a lot of really great conversations. And some of them contributed, passages and sections in their own research to the cookbook. And one of those is the Journalism and Design Lab at the New School. So I just wanted to point to this framework as a little bit of a background in case, how to look at the actors outside of traditional media doing journalism is new to you. And they came out with this last year as well, but this really interesting framework called community news roles. And they basically, go all the way with if we did view journalism as a process, as much as it is a profession, what does that even mean and who are the actors? And they came up with this framework where you can see on this slide kind of all of the different things that ordinary people, be they, just citizens of a community or librarians or artists or, parents, grandparents, aunties, they participate in their kind of local information infrastructure and contribute to local media in really important ways. And so they kind of walk you through what do they mean by facilitating. So for instance, facilitators might cultivate community listening or conversation or connection. Documenters record what's happening in a community. They might be documenting public meetings or community events. They might be preserving community history. Commenters, share the things that they know firsthand, and they kind of enhance the pool of knowledge available to other people by doing that. And then inquirers ask questions, they dig deeper, they seek out perspectives or sources of information that are original to kind of find context on an issue that they might be struggling with that's also relevant to other people. Sense makers help sort of understand and contextualize issues and events. And then amplifiers, are just like distributors, but they might be independent actors. So it's a really, I won't go through all of them, but it's a really interesting framework. Definitely check it out. It's also outlined and summarized in the cookbook, but we found it to be just a really inspiring and kind of complete way to look at these actions that we were seeing. And we wanted to figure out, okay, so if we did make a cookbook, how would we approach, mapping and talking about all of this incredible work that's being done, both by news organizations and non-news organizations. And so just really briefly, some context on why a cookbook. So I don't know if folks might be familiar with the cookbook Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat. What's great about it is that it breaks cooking down to essential components. And, once you become literate about those components and how those work, you can, start putting recipes together as opposed to just blindly copying something that already exists. And so we started wondering and having great conversations about, with the working group, if we could break down civic media examples into their composite ingredients, into their techniques, into, what nutritional value or sort of what is the contribution they're making to their local communities. How do we talk about it? How do we organize it? And so we basically just worked with the group. So we had about 56 examples collected that the members of this working group just submitted. And then we started going through them together. And obviously they're not representative of an entire field, but they were enough for us to kind of dig through and start to, see patterns. And then we started kind of theorizing how they work and what are we seeing? Are there, commonalities between them? Let me see if yeah, here. So this is sort of like our process. So we looked at kind of what patterns are reappearing, and then how can we develop a framework? What's our salt, fat, acid, heat for like why we are successful or not successful when we are doing kind of these information experiments or producing gatherings, and what qualifies as civic media, because it hasn't really been established. And then finally, we kind of used that framework to start designing recipes. But I'll let Jen kind of walk through the framework because I think that'll kind of ground you in what we were trying to do.
Yes, thanks, Jihi. So we didn't come up with salt, fat, acid, heat. We came up with two main components that comprise a civic media project. They are, it has to create civic information, and there has to be a participatory process. So we found a lot of newsrooms, obviously put out civic information, but they don't necessarily have a participatory process involved. And a lot of different groups that organize in their communities and have gatherings have a participatory process, but civic information isn't necessarily the goal or isn't created or distributed afterwards. So those are our two main components. And that combo platter actually knocked a lot of the submissions that people had put forward saying, hey, this is a really cool project, more people should do it. They didn't always have both of those components. So that was required to make it into the book from all of the ideas that people submitted. And the next part is really about to what end. Oftentimes, newsrooms and traditional organizations will create content because that's what they do. That's just like their muscle memory. That's how their operating system is designed. It's to push out content. It's not necessarily about to what end. And so what we really wanted to do is provoke people in thinking about to what end at the very beginning and not have it be accidental. And the three main needs we kept finding from looking at all of the examples and really kind of backwards mapping, what did these civic media recipes and stories create in the world? And the three main needs that they hit were agency. So it gave people a sense of having power to do something or to act, be not just a consumer or a recipient of information, but in some way allow them to move in the world with more power. A project had to increase belonging. So that is how does a person feel like they are part of a place and see themselves more represented or having, just more feeling of being in a space and belonging there. And then the third was about well-being, and that can hit on a number of different types of well-being, whether that's safety, psychological well-being, etc. So that is what we looked at, and many of the recipes ended up serving multiple needs at once. But we started to really dive into them and find some patterns that were evident from these 50 plus examples that fit the civic information and participatory process like Venn diagram. So I wanted to just take you through the patterns real quick and just give you a couple of examples. There are tons more in the book. So if this is of interest, there's a lot more reading to be done. But the main patterns are civic information that makes power more visible, that amplifies unheard voices, that builds civic muscle, that creates shared understanding, that reimagines public resources, that preserves community knowledge, that mobilizes collective response, or deepens understanding of place. And again, some of the stories or the recipes ended up hitting multiple of these, but these were the things that we saw over and over again that we felt were distinct enough to have them be their own separate pattern. And so I just wanted to take you through a few examples here of what that looks like in practice. When we got all these submissions and we were starting to try to figure out how to slot them, knowing that like every categorization is in its own way going to create a worldview that doesn't hold 100%, but this is just a way of helping to, when people are thinking to create new projects, having good inspiration about how people have gone about it and what's the pattern that their project has actually helped to serve. So one about creating shared understanding was a community bulletin of the CCC of North Carolina. And the CCC is the Cambodian Community Center of North Carolina. And what they did is they served the Cambodian community there, providing a ton of information about vaccines. And it was created through a collaboration between a cultural center and the city of Greensboro. So this is not originating from a newsroom or from a journalist. This is really a public health question, but it created really great civic information in a participatory way. And the goal for that project was to reach communities in the languages that they used and the styles of information dissemination that would be most effective for them. Another example, one that fits the pattern of reimagining public resources, is called Up the Block. And this was a resource guide created by The Trace, which is a site dedicated to gun violence and helping to prevent and understand how it works. And what Up the Block did was created a resource guide for people in Philadelphia who have either been affected by gun violence, think they are at risk of either shooting someone or being shot. So that guide connects people to services, support, and information that's organized by their need. And then another story that is in the cookbook that fits our pattern of preserving community knowledge is this beautiful, like, in-person experiential project called Westminster Stories that Andrew Lasowski, who is an amazing contributor to the entire cookbook, was actually behind putting together. So Westminster was an exhibit in an empty store window in Providence, Rhode Island. And so what it did is it told the story of this street, this Westminster street, through more than 100 interviews with folks who lived or worked around there, alongside contemporary research, city archives, public records, and they created this art installation. And for a few months, this was in the late 2009, 2010, it existed inside the storefront as a diorama of the street itself and had different themed labels that would change weekly. And it became basically a street museum for people to understand what happened there, to share the knowledge of the history of that street, and to help them see each other in a new and more informed way, as well as create opportunities for current residents or people who work there or pass by to be in more relationship with one another. So those are just 3 examples of some of the stories or some of the approaches and projects that made it into the patterns. So I'll throw it to Jihi for this next session about how we turn patterns into actual recipes.
Yeah, so I'll just go really briefly in the interest of time. There's so much you can read, but just to bring it all together, as Jen mentioned, each of these examples is really inspiring, but many of them were also incomplete in terms of the framework that we created. And so what we decided to do is use the framework as a way to build recipes inspired by the examples that were submitted. So there are 3 sections of recipes in the book. And so for recipes for agency, there's priority setting, navigation networks, building community research teams, and then for recipes for belonging, making the invisible visible, building connection infrastructure, producing community stewarded stories, or using place as a canvas. Like, these were kind of what we pulled out of the many examples that felt like it could be replicable. And then for recipes for well-being, we have recipes for how to build care webs, how to build community support spaces, and how to manage activation during crisis. So just to kind of give you a sense of what went into each recipe, this is what a recipe looks like. So for navigation networks, for example, what you'll see, like, every recipe has the same sections. So what you need, just, whether you're a newsroom that needs to navigate resource management, or you're an individual with or without resources, we try to frame these as like snacks, meals, or feasts, so that you can start anywhere and also give a real sense of how little resources or how much resources a recipe might need. And then we start with what need it meets. So for example, navigation networks, talks about how we can use existing resources, how we can make existing resources more accessible when systems are too complex to navigate them or barriers are too high, and how to use human beings to build bridges between people and resources. So, I won't go through all of it in detail, but the idea is, instead of just like putting information out there, how do you create networks of neighbors who've already successfully navigated some sort of a system that will then walk other people through that same system? And then we list which examples this was inspired by. So if you want to go through the appendix, you can read about examples that, use bits and pieces of this. And then we walk through how it might work. So like a real step-by-step, find people who've navigated a system, pay them as a navigator, what to document, etc. And then we include kind of how you know that it's going to be working or not working, and the types of things that you might be hearing or seeing. For instance, are resources being more utilized? Are agencies asking navigators for advice on simplifying systems? Are people becoming navigators after they've been helped themselves, and so forth? And then there's some tips from the field. But to utilize each of these recipes, if you're stretched for time, we have worksheets that you can download separately, or you can read them, in the cookbook if you purchase or download the entire thing. That kind of holds your hand step by step. So I think to close us out, Jen will briefly talk about that.
Yes, perfect. Thanks so much, Jihi. So I'm really excited that the actual physical cookbook is out, so we have spaces to write in it. You can also print out these worksheets as well. And it's spiral bound, so it's easy to kind of go back and forth like a cookbook. But in the actual worksheets, we really help folks if they're not in a newsroom or they're in a newsroom. Regardless, our goal is to help people think about starting with the community's need, figuring out the patterns that exist there, map the assets, like what already is going well, what exists there, notice what's happening, and try to match the needs that they're finding in their community to recipes. So it's a lot more pre-work in a way than just being like, oh, this is an interesting story, let me put it out there. But in our mind, when you actually think about and listen and understand what the community needs, all of your effort goes so much further because you're actually filling a gap that you've identified or an opportunity to accelerate something great that's happening, if you stop to listen before you decide what the public should get from you, essentially. So the worksheets are there to help folks really map out what they want to do. And then, of course, any of the recipes that are in the book are ones that all the folks who put them forward are like, please copy, paste, do a version of this. So there's also, if you see something that you love and you're like, we could do something just like this, you can also be inspired by that project as well. And so we'll end here and then go to some questions. But where this goes from here, it's really up to everybody who learns about the cookbook to use it and figure out how to put it in motion. Some folks have asked about, what is this for? And is it about like trying to get more newsrooms to start from scratch? And that is not what it is. So just want to say, it's not about how to start a restaurant, but how anyone can cook. So we're working at the level of the recipe, essentially, and not the business and the economics of the whole restaurant industry. And so we invite you to think about, if this is of interest to you, who would you gift this book to and why? Like, who do you think in your life would find this useful? And then it says on-demand print version coming soon, but it is now available. So we will share that link. It's in the resource doc as well that's associated with this session. And we'll go to questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jihi. Thank you, Jennifer. And congratulations that this book is out there in the world. I love that question of who would you give it to? What an interesting way to think about that. And so I hope people will consider that themselves and maybe even put their answers in our community document. There's some questions about, of course, you mentioned that this cookbook, you looked at patterns, which is really interesting. So when a project hit on multiple patterns at once, did it perform better? Like, is that a sign of it being more successful, or does trying to do too much dilute impact?
What would you say to that, Jihi?
I was going to say, honestly, so one of the pieces of the process was interviewing folks who submitted examples to the best of our ability, if we could reach them. And tracking impact was rarely done. Like there wasn't really framework for it. A lot of these were one-off projects. And so I think assessment and impact is still very much an open question. Anecdotally, I would definitely say starting simple makes the most sense, so that you can kind of measure impact in one direction at a time. But yeah, it's a really good question that I don't know that we can actually answer.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay too. You mentioned that you don't want newsrooms to feel like they have to like invent a new restaurant, which also, by the way, people are saying they're loving the commitment to the culinary theme. How have you heard of newsrooms or groups already using it? Again, I know it's only been out for a little while, at least the digital version. Or how do you hope media organizations will use it or fold it into their workflows, or the worksheets even into their workflows?
I'll just say on the cookbook metaphor, Jihi and I had to pull ourselves back because you could really go very nuts there. We were thinking about, oh, do we do like allergies or substitutions, or what are the tools that you need, you know, in your, so we tried to be restrained in our use of taking the metaphor too far. But we've heard some interest from J schools being interested in this as well as another way of thinking about and approaching the work of civic information and journalism. We've heard some folks just anecdotally say, oh my God, these worksheets are so great, I'm going to use them in a meeting. But do you have, I don't know if you've heard anything specific of like a newsroom who's like used it, done a project and like.
Not yet. I think it's so new, and the print edition is out today. So we'll see in a few months maybe.
Okay. So there's another question then of what would you most like to learn from the first people who put these recipes into practice?
Yeah, I would love to learn, like, how did it help them clarify what they were doing? Like, I mean, it's impossible to run a perfect experiment. Like, if you had an idea or had some money or a grant or resources to do something, how would it have gone if you had done your normal route versus how you think it would have gone? You know, really thinking about to what end and designing for that and measuring for that. I know that's really hard to know because you can't run those simultaneously. But I would like to hear that the framework was useful. It helped them not waste time doing things that weren't helpful and help them be in more relationship with the people that they're trying to serve. But yeah, Jihi, anything else that you would add?
No, I agree. And I would just add, I feel like I would love to see non-journalists use it. And I would love to hear how it helps them think about sort of the value that they're providing. Because I think we're trained to think about public service, whether we do it really well or not, that the kind of vocabulary is there for us. And when outside actors are doing this kind of information distribution, there isn't really anything to sort of like rest your intentions on. So I'd love to see like how librarians or content creators or, you know, other folks are like, oh, let me actually try to do this and measure the outcome. I've never had to do that before.
Yeah. Related to that idea of other outside of journalism organizations using it or employing it, there's a question of, for projects living outside of newsrooms like community orgs and libraries, what's the on-ramp? Do you have a starter recipe?
Yeah, I mean, I think the worksheets are there to help you decide what your on-ramp is. So that's a way of just kind of holding your hand to say, you know, guiding you through without hiring a consultant for $20,000, you know, walking you through some of the best practices in generating work that is needs-based and not just assumptions and in relationship with the community. So that's kind of the hand-holding part of it. But copying some of the great things that people have already done is also a good on-ramp if they see something that's inspiring and like within their wheelhouse to execute on.
That might answer then another question we've got that's around how to choose, I've lost the question now.
No worries.
I'll add that they're also cumulative.
How to decide.
There's 3 worksheets and they're cumulative. So you'll start with like asking questions to really address this, you know, like what are you trying to do and why? And sometimes it'll come from a really clear need and sometimes it'll come from resources. And you can start in either direction. Like, what do I have the capacity to do? Then you do it. And then there's an opportunity to assess at the end. So yeah, I think but let us know if they help, if they don't help. Yeah. You know, always reach out.
Well, we're seeing in the comments people have already ordered the book. So you've got some of your first orders. And on that theme, one last question, the theme of cookbook and cooking, will you do sessions for media orgs or for other organizations like cooking lessons?
We've joked about, should we create a cooking show about this, you know, with like little cardboard things, but, and now you add some people and But I don't know if there's funding for us to spend our time doing that. I think we would consider it, but I don't know, Jihi. Well, it's not on our roadmap right now.
Yeah, no, the road is wide open. We'll see, who's interested, and we're super open to feedback. So if there's appetite, no pun intended, for anything, reach out to us, and we're happy to continue to experiment and chat.
That's great. Well, again, congratulations. And now you've added recipe developers to your resumes. So yeah, we really want to thank you for joining us this afternoon and sharing a glimpse at this cookbook. Please, everyone, go check it out. Order a hard copy, splatter it with whatever you're cooking with. Yeah, make it look like a real cookbook. Thank you so much, Jennifer and Jihi.
Thanks a ton.
Thank you.
Well, and incredibly, that's a wrap. We made it. It's been an incredible 2 days, 48 hours, 21 sessions, a ton of speakers, participants from at least 5 countries. So we're so thrilled and excited to have been able to do this with you all. And so a huge thank you to all the presenters and participants, tech team, and supporting colleagues and friends and pets and families for making this first ever Engage conference such a success. And a huge thank you to our sponsors, Upstream AV and Canadian Journalism Forum on Violence and Trauma. And although sadly our sessions are over for now, these conversations will indeed continue. It's been so cool to see folks engaging on the documents, and we'll continue to engage in them, put questions, comments, thoughts down over the next few days. And we encourage you to do the same, as well as new ideas kind of percolate, or as we, digest ideas and see what comes up next in that way. As well, we also really invite you to pitch to the post-conference standalone magazine that we'll be doing. And we're going to continue to explore these ideas and some new ones as well. And we'll be accepting submissions through the end of September. So we would love to have more folks join us for that. And also, one fun new fact is that we're going to be giving away copies of plenary speakers Sue Robinson's book. So watch for a survey link in your inbox after the conference, and you'll be entered to win a copy of How Journalists Engage. So we're really excited to be able to share that in a number of copies with y'all for that.
And as Adam mentioned, we aim to have these conversations continue. We want the innovations to continue. Now, newsmakers and peers of the profession do this job because we really care. We care about the role we play in communities and the impact it can have. It's not easy to take care, but just like how looking both ways before you cross the street becomes a good habit to take care, many of the lessons and strategies we heard today and yesterday can make for good habits that allow us to take care in the work that we do. And with that, we'll sign off. Thank you for joining us. See you next time.
Got a system and it's winning, and the wisdom is to keep it that way. Oh, I get the feeling they like to hit the ceiling, but it's down to obey. Yes, and it goes home shivering, knowing that he's delivering the news of the day. And everybody hears about it, and everybody reads about it, and they don't know a damn thing about it, but you still can't stop them. Oh no, they just let it fly. A little talking, floating around in outer space. Only it's a hard time walking when you never learn to look both ways. No sign to stop it. The fixed position out of phase, and it's a hard time crossing when you never learn to look both ways. Comes creeping at the start all week, and then you let it come in. And then you hate it just a little so the beast can get better again.